Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The time is 6 o'clock p.m. Your meeting of the Pontiac City Council is hereby called to order for December 20th, 2020. We give the floor now to the Honorable William Parker, Jr. to introduce this evening's invocation.
Good
Meeting
afternoon,
has
Brother
begun.
President. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Pontiac. I am pleased to invite Pastor Nathan Talbot to the podium to give us our invocation today from the Liberty Missionary Baptist Church. Pastor Talbot.
Father, we thank you for last night's sleep. We want to thank you for letting us see another day. Father, we ask you now to bless the city council as they go into the business of the city of Pontiac. Bless the leaders of the city council. Bless our mayor. Father, bless our deputy. Bless everyone here right now, Father. Let us be about the business of Christ. Let us do what is right before Christ. And let us move forward in the name of Jesus. Father, we thank you now. Bless you, your holy and righteous name. And Jesus Christ, we pray and for his sake. Amen.
Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for a moment of silence. We remember those that we've lost in our community since we gathered last, in your families, in your neighborhoods, your congregations, your places of work, and those in your hearts. We especially remember the life and impact of Deborah Munson, who is Executive Director of the GERS system, who will acknowledge with a resolution this evening, past member of the Pontiac City staff, as well as the Honorable and Distinguished H. Wallace Parker, an attorney, civil rights crusader, and a past employee of the city of Pontiac who we will honor in the near future as well. Please remember their names and all those in your life that you know that have departed since we gathered last. Join us now in a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Present.
Goodman,
Here.
James,
Here.
McGinnis,
Present.
Nicholson,
Here.
Parker,
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established, all members present, voting, and alive and well. We move now to, is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved. Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Nicholson. The motion is now before us. Are there any amendments, any changes, requests, clarifications? Hearing none, speakers list exhausted. Oh, Mr. Clerk.
So, I actually do not have the meeting minutes for A, B, D, or E. So those would need to be removed from the consent. Oh, I'm sorry.
They're coming now.
I see them now. They just in. Okay.
That's right. So for the sake of just clarity, we will pull items A and B from this evening's consent agenda without objections. That way there's ample time for them to be reviewed and circulated. And that's apologies due to my illness. There was a backlog in me reviewing and then submitting. So we'll make sure we have those as well as the subcommittee meeting minutes that have just taken place yesterday as well. So we'll have another batch of subcommittee minutes at the next consent agenda. So without objection, the agenda that we'd be considering is everything as you see before us, but we'll pull items A and B so that way those can be circulated and provided to the clerk before consideration and adoption. Hearing.
So, you just need to move and support.
Okay, so we'll do it as an amendment. So is there a motion to amend the agenda to yank A and B from the consent agenda? Support. Rutherford moves, Carrington seconds. Hearing no discussion, roll call on that amendment.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The agenda is hereby amended. Is there any other discussion or amendments? Hearing nothing further, speakers list has concluded. Roll call and adoption of the agenda as amended. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The agenda is adopted. We are now at the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt and approve it?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman, that we adopt and approve this evening's consent agenda. It has 4 sets of meeting minutes, our last regular city council meeting, plus 3 recent subcommittee meeting minutes. Roll call on approval. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda is adopted. We are now at subcommittee reports. Once a month, we provide verbal updates to the community and to one another about what our respective subcommittee is working on in these areas of focus and concentration. So for the month of December, we turn now for communications, engagement, and operations to that subcommittee chair, the Honorable Mikhail Goodman. Councilman.
Good evening, everyone. So due to a couple of scheduling conflicts and some sicknesses, we did not meet this past month. However, I do have some things to report. The main thing that will be happening is, well, obviously, the first thing, if you've been following the city on social media or our presence period, obviously you will have seen the increase in content coming from the city. That has been of major kudos to not only the cable department, who we've known for a while, but also our new hire, Ms. Paula Bridges, who has been doing an amazing job in that role, making sure that the city is being seen more. But also, upcoming soon, there will be some more budget amendments that will be specific to increasing the quality for residents at home as well as here inside of council chambers in terms of.
It's on, but your light's not on at the top.
I need to yell at phone a second. So to recap, since no one can hear me from this one, there has been increased content on the social media from the city, if you've been paying attention. So that includes videos, pictures, and all that stuff. Really making sure that the city has a presence and is seen by the citizens. And outside of that, some of you may have seen the mayor and our youth recreation person on the news recently talking about what's happening in the city. But also separate from that, separate from just the PR aspects, we are doing more to make City Hall a more friendly place to citizens in terms of wayfinding. So there's a couple of budget amendments coming up to increase some technology and some things in here in City Hall to help that out, as well as some things to increase the quality of these meetings and other meetings at home in terms of better cameras and that sort of thing, as well as some more upgrades for the chamber. But those things will be coming soon, and that's what I have to update from the previous time.
Thank you very much. I'm Mike McGinnis, reporting on behalf of the Economic Development, Housing, and Planning Subcommittee. That's comprised of myself, Councilman Nicholson, Councilman Goodman, and our alternate Councilwoman Rutherford was able to be part of that meeting so that we had full capacity until another council member returned at our most recent meeting, December 5th. Want to just spotlight for you a few noteworthy developments so that way you can be apprised, but just know that we track all of them, from residential, commercial, industrial, and warehouse, and then areas of concern, specifically as it relates to blight or neglected properties. We are drilling down even more so. The biggest development when it comes to planning, housing, and economic development in our city operations is that we have much more well-staffed and essentially stronger capacity in the community development department. We have a community development director. You heard at a recently city council meeting, we have a new economic development manager, a new planning manager, other staff positions that are being populated, as well as that full roster of code enforcement and rental inspection staff, which is a very big deal. So we reviewed that and ensured that we are even further strengthening our capacity in those departments' areas of work. Want to let the community know that we heard about American House, the senior housing that's on North Telegraph Road, that they have completed their construction and certificate of occupancy, and that the demand was very high, that they had a lot of responses. So that's in Pontiac, but part of that larger Village at Bloomfield complex, if you know where Menards and Henry Ford Health Center, that there's American House senior housing that's in Pontiac in that vicinity. We are waiting for a response from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development as it relates to North Hill Farms. They are rehabbing the entirety of the complex and building new communal spaces. And so Councilman Goodman, who represents that area in District 3, and all the city council is being very vigilant to make sure that that's the maximum impact for where thousands of Pontiac residents live. It's a very large residential complex. The Carriage Place, formerly known as Carriage Circle Apartments, but Carriage Place renovation project on Auburn Avenue in District 7 continues to make steady progress through the Pontiac Housing Commission and multiple other partners. That's a $44 million project, a very big deal. And then finally, it came before for a preliminary review to the Planning Commission earlier this month. But Lighthouse of Oakland County, many of you may be familiar that Lighthouse is located in Pontiac. They have their existing complex on Woodward Avenue at the Cottage Street area, and they have multiple facilities. And they were considering looking at other parts of Pontiac or other areas in Oakland County about where they can expand and make something larger and more substantial as they expand their services and the impact they want to make on the community. But they ultimately have decided to remain in Pontiac and stay put at their campus, but then reimagine their campus. So they've provided for our subcommittee, for the Planning Commission, and for the community, you can access these documents as well, just see how their initial concept can be really transformational. Provides for more services, as well as a social supermarket that takes food pantry services to the next level, and that would be available to the entire community. So we look forward to reviewing that in detail when they have their plans, but also sharing that out with the community. So that's very promising. And so again, that's the Lighthouse Complex expansion right here in Pontiac, and it's an approximately $10 million project that they have shared with the community at these early stages. So for the sake of time, I will leave it at that. Our next subcommittee meeting, due to the New Year holiday where it falls, will be the second Monday in January. So that's, I believe, if I'm smart enough, January 9th at 9 a.m. right here in the Legislative Conference Room at City Hall. All are welcome, where we'll each month review all of these sort of open, tentative projects and developments, so that way we can make sure that they're moving forward swiftly to benefit Pontiac residents. So with that, we move to Facilities and Property. Subcommittee Chair Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. My name is William Carrington, and I chair the Facilities and Property Committee. We was unable to meet this past week due to my illness. So I know that you guys noticed myself and the president was unable to be here last week. But I actually want to move to Public Safety, Health, and Wellness, which I also chair. We met on December the 8th of this month. Those council members in attendance was myself, President McGinnis, and Councilwoman Kathy Lee James. Some of the items discussed was definitely the impact of the bridge closure at MLK at South Boulevard. There was a lot of discussion concerning making sure that we're able to get EMS over to St. Joe's Hospital from the east side to the south side. We received standing updates from Oakland County Sheriff Department around their crime statistics. And for the year, at the same time last year, we actually seen a decrease in violent crime here in the city. We also received our latest response times from Waterford Regional Fire Department, as well as from Star EMS reports. We saw improvements, slight improvements in their response times for those particular departments as well. Some of the news business we discussed was some of the departmental goals for 2023. And one of the things that I like about these particular departments is that they're all talked about making sure that they provide the best public safety for the city of Pontiac residents. So they're going to look into ways to improve their services and build on upon some of the success of this year. And I'd like to close out for that.
Very good. Finance and Personnel Subcommittee Chair, Councilman Nicholson.
We last met on the 8th at 2 p.m. Our members are Councilman James and Councilman Parker Jr. I have to start with finance and say, I know there's been a lot of concern from members of the community about the status and the staffing of our finance department, but I'll, to give some context, previous departments would give us updates that were about 3 months past the meeting date. That way we could look at just reconciled and booked expenses and revenue. We are now looking at the very previous months. So with the support of our finance, our deputy mayor, as well as our interim finance director, and the contractor, we have shortened that time period, as well as addressed the forensic audit's findings of essentially having no gap accounting principles instituted in our finance department. We have overcome and really instituted some fantastic measures to ensure that our finances are being kept in a way that is secure and ethical. We did find that there were no major findings to report outside of our requested variances for our year-to-date financials. We are set to meet at this point through November those financial expectations. Our annual financial audit is well underway. I have had, as the chair of the Finance Committee, contact with the internal auditor to ensure that our requests as a Finance Committee were met, to ensure that they're looking at our internal controls. Upcoming budget amendments were gone through, as you'll hear tonight. This is our time where we go through and approve. This will be the second reading of those amendments, as well as a couple of authorizations to have the clerk post some new ones. So we have that as now a standing item, as we're kind of compacting those all together, saving the residents some money, because each time we have one of those budget amendments, we do have to post those in the newspaper. So instead of posting those every single week over and over and over again, we're trying to combine them and take them up all at the same time, so we can realize those savings and be more thoughtful about them. The grants department did join us this last time. We did go through an update of the CDBG funds from previous years. They did share the expectation and their goal in shortening the time period. Right now, we have about 5 years of CDBG dollars that we're still trying to work off of, closing the books on some of those projects, with the intention of getting to work, while the variance and the tolerance is about 2 years, we're trying to shore that up to 1 year, so that we're always working on this current, spending these current years' CDBG dollars as well as last year's. And then the Human Resource Department did give us an update on open positions and new hires, did talk about the payroll implementation, as well as the implementation of a payroll clerk, and really how that person, once the payroll department is up and running and smoothly, transitioning into more of a generalist role, helping with filing and data entry and things that across the department. Other than that, we did get an update on our open enrollment and how that's going for the city. No major changes to benefits. There are going to be some enhancements to some of the tertiary benefit programs, things like employee assistance programs and so on. That was the end of that meeting. We do have another meeting January 12th at 2 p.m. here in council chambers. Public is welcome.
Thank you, sir. Law and the Courts Subcommittee Chair Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. The Law and Courts Subcommittee met on November 28th. We concentrated primarily on the 50th District Court during this session, had a lot of issues that were still unresolved so far. One of the things we did talk about was the prisoner entrance, which has become more of a safety hazard due to chunks of the concrete coming up and off. We talked about their staffing concerns. They had hired 3 clerks in the past 90 days, and it was looking, and probably 4 in the last 6 months, but they're still in need of at least 2 to 3 more additional personnel to make the departments run effectively. They're using the process of a half-time person to assist with the mailing and filing, but they also know that they will probably lose one of their long-time clerks next year due to retirement, which will be a part of the civic division. We talked about the first round of interviews being conducted to fill the vacancy created by Judge Martinez's retiring. But as if you've been watching, you know that already that position has been filled by Mr. Jeremy Bowie. And we talked about the HVAC process, the control panel system, which is still looking forward to an RFP to get that under control so that during this winter process, it won't be hot in one spot and cold in the next. Talked about the interface between the IT and the JIS interface, which is needed to be able to function in that process effectively. We talked and discussed the process of moving Blight Court back over to the 50th District Court and the concerns that will be addressed in the process of doing that. We did get an initial update from the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office, but the larger update was asked to be delayed due to their realignment of personnel, other than to just share that there will be an expungement fair in April, and the other items will be forthcoming, and that was the extent of our meeting on that day, Brother President.
Thank you very much. We turn now to the Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee for the monthly verbal report. Councilwoman James, that chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. The Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee is made up of myself, Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford, and Councilman Mikhail Goodman. We had an update on the Hawthorne Park, the new operating agreement that we are trying to put together with Oakland County Parks. As you know, they have approached us about the management of that park, the daily management of that park, and we are attempting, working with them to work out the details of how that is going to work. So more to come on that. We're excited about it, but we do need to work out and work through the details. We're continuing to work on the skate park. It was said that the skate park timing has been revised to early summer. A second we talked about the new Parks and Recreation, that a second search is underway. I can't read my own writing, I'm sorry. Is underway for a new Parks and Rec director. As you know, the original individual that was selected eventually did decline the position because of extenuating circumstances. And we subsequently have made offers to the second person in that line, and that individual has also declined the position. And so we are still in the position of not having a Parks and Rec manager, even though this council very excitingly back in April and May, when we did the budget, we set up the structure for a new Parks and Recreation department that would be led by a Parks and Rec director. But unfortunately, because of the employment environment that we are in right now, post-COVID, that still has not happened. So we are there's been a new search initiated underway to find a new director, and more on that as it develops. We are in negotiations for a new community center. As we've announced, the McCarroll School and the Wisner property are the two properties that are under consideration, and the mayor's office and the council are actively working to determine which site that would be and trying to work through the details of that. So West Columbia, the road work on West Columbia is almost complete, everything but the striping there. That may not happen until spring. And just for those of you who live near the Columbia area, the plan is to make that a three-way where you would have one lane either way and one turning lane. But again, that striping may not happen until the spring timeframe. The senior center rehab work is starting this week in both buildings, both Ruth Peterson and the Bowen Center. In terms of contracts that are going to be up for renewal soon, our janitorial contracts will be up for renewal. The speed humps that we have talked about, that each district will get 3 speed humps, though that bid will go out in the spring. We talked about the gate, the opening and closing gate for Bodette Park. That gate has been ordered and will be installed in the near future. And that's it. Our meeting closed at 1:18. Thank you.
Thank you all for these excellent subcommittee reports. That concludes this portion of that agenda. We are now at recognition of public officials. Are there any currently elected officials in our community who wish to have the floor? Hearing and seeing none, we move now to agenda address. President Pro Tem Carrington, are there any requests to address items on the agenda tonight?
Yes, President McGinnis. At this time, Dr. Deidre Waterman.
And Dr. Waterman, you may want to hit the button to the right to activate the microphone if you see it at the base there, in the middle of the black. All right, that microphone is active. Thank you.
Greetings of the season to everyone. I came to address agenda item 19, an important agenda item, and that is council's consideration again of recreational marijuana brought to the city of Pontiac. On a long agenda, this is an important item to be all the way toward the end here. I did make some comments on the revisions that you had asked for the recreational marijuana ordinance, and there were enough notes here. I may not have enough time in 2 minutes, so I'll continue in public comment if that is also needed. One of the things that I did want to point out is that since council has decided themselves to make the decision about bringing recreational marijuana to the city, it's important for you guys to get it right. You're not going to submit it to a vote of the people. So if you seriously want those changes that were wrong with medical marijuana, then you got to get it right. That's on you. So it's important to have that discussion, and I see that this is a second reading, which means you can vote on this anytime, but this is substantially different than what you voted on, what you looked at some time ago, which was the first reading. First, I want to bring to the attention that there are still unlimited medical marijuana facilities, the number. There's a limited number of retail, but there's a limited number of all the others. And that means that's a lot for the city of Pontiac, particularly if the view is that any vacant building, somebody can purchase it or use it for medical marijuana, for a recreational marijuana facility. That's a lot for a city like this, and other cities have done that, and I understand there's some areas of 8 Mile and Detroit that are like the Wild West. So that's something you may want to look at and see about consideration. The other thing is the community benefits is still not a quantitative objective standards for measuring this. The clerk has a standard of satisfactory, unsatisfactory, and good, but what does that mean? Does that mean one church is satisfactory and another church not? And the other thing is that they never passed a youth council. I'm running out of time, so I'll continue.
That is your time, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Mr. James, is it Richardson? Can you pronounce it for me, sir? I couldn't. It's hard for me to read.
Yes, James Richardson.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Deputy Mayor. My name is James. I'm the property manager at 645 South Telegraph. My comments related to agenda item number 19 for the recreational marijuana. I have several comments. Number one, regarding insurance. Last round of applications, I remember there being a problem with people obtaining insurance before the place was open. The insurance companies could only provide a price and binder, not the actual policy, since the place was not officially open. Number two, a monopoly. You're allowing companies to hold more than one limited license. I disagree with this, as the bigger players will get more locations, knock the smaller ones out. With the unlimited licenses, that I don't see a problem with having more than just one, but they're the limited ones. Number three, in 2018, the voters approved a ballot initiative for 20 provisioning centers and unlimited grows and processes. Then the former mayor stepped in and created these zones that are created on the streets that many of her biggest contribution holders owned all the properties so that they could raise their real estate prices and make bank. This was nothing but a big scheme for them and for her to make money. Now you have 5 locations within a mile radius in 3 zones. You really think these businesses are going to make money? You're lucky to have 2 on each zone to make money and then stay open. Now you're talking about eliminating the non-overlay zone. Really, my thought about the whole idea of this was to rebuild old dilapidated buildings, create jobs for Pontiac citizens, create tax revenue, and get some great community benefits for the citizens to enjoy. If you look at the overlays, they have houses right behind them and our huge neighborhoods surrounding them. This overlay stuff was a farce from the beginning, and everyone knows it. If you want to try and protect the neighborhoods, then adjust the current zoning to be at least 250 feet from residential.
That does conclude your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chuck Johnson.
Excuse me, miss, I didn't mean to bump into you.
And what agenda item, sir?
19.
Very good.
Just looking back, last week we had a shortage of members for the council, and we're looking at a second reading per this agenda. Couldn't the council do a resolution tonight so that the folk who are really concerned about this item, we have a third reading? Couldn't it be resolved by doing a resolution tonight and do the second and third reading tonight and just move this forward? I think that it would be in the best interest of the city and the folk who come to the meeting to get a clarity on what's ultimately going to happen. So I think that we're being cheated. Well, not me, but somebody's being cheated by only going to the second reading when we should be on the third reading. Thank you very much.
President McGinnis, that concludes our agenda address.
All right, I'm going to give the floor to, I'm not going to. Oakland County Commissioner Powell indicated she wanted to be recognized for recognition of elected officials, but okay. Representing Pontiac in the Oakland County Commission, the Honorable Angela Powell for recognition of elected officials. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Good evening, council, mayor, deputy mayor, and community. I just wanted to bring attention to item number 14 on the agenda, and I just want to encourage council to approve the interlock agreement and just let you all know that I worked hard out there at the county to secure $100,000 to go towards the Pontiac Arts Commission. Just to give a little background, Irma Hayes, which is the current chair, reached out to me earlier this year seeking financial assistance for that committee or commission, and she was seeking $25,000. And as we know, with the ARPA funding and a lot of the issues we faced as a city governance, I shot to try to get her a little more. So Commissioner Projects, by the end of the year, this year, we had some extra funding left, and I was blessed to have the commission body approve $100,000 for the Pontiac Arts Commission. And my goal moving forward, as long as we have this commissioner project fund, I am going to try to get up to $50,000 every year that I am in office at the county as your commissioner. So I just wanted to grace you all with that information, and I encourage the council, and hopefully you will accept the interlock agreement, and you all have happy holidays, community, and leaders here for the city, and have a blessed rest of the night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move now to resolutions. Could I please have a motion to adopt the City Council resolution honoring the life of Deborah Munson?
Moved by Carrington. For support by Carrington.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford and seconded by President Pro Tem Carrington. It's a solemn matter for us to take up. We give the floor to Councilman William Parker Jr., this body's representative to that GERS board, who worked most closely with Executive Director Munson, to read the language of the resolution.
Thank you, sir. Pontiac City Council, city resolution honoring the life of Deborah Munson. Whereas it is the sense of this legislative body to pay proper tribute to individuals of remarkable character whose lives have been dedicated to uplifting, inspiring, and empowering the community. And whereas it is feelings of the deepest regret that the Pontiac City Council mourns the passing of Deborah Munson, a devoted and loyal member of this community. And Whereas Deborah Munson served the city of Pontiac reestablished general employees retirement system since April 5th, 1999, serving approximately 17 years as the finance officer and the last 7 years as the executive director. And whereas upon arriving in the retirement office, Deborah Munson's ingenuity and creativity prompted her to transform and modernize the office by implementing a number of innovative ideas, processes, systems, and policies. And whereas Deborah Munson's interpersonal skills was exceptional as she provided exemplary customer service to more than 2,000 active employees, former employees, and retirees. And her expansive knowledge and expertise of the pension fund was not only amazing, but second to none. And whereas Deborah Munson was often hard to read, as this was attributed to Deborah being extremely focused, detail-oriented, and setting high standards and expectations for herself and others. And whereas Deborah Munson encouraged staff to strive for nothing less than excellence, as was evidenced in everything that Deborah did, including redesigning the retirement office. And whereas Deborah Munson's love of family and her church was immeasurable, and her immense respect for the trustees and their families was truly cherished. And whereas one of Deborah Munson's true loves was her appreciation for large, beautiful handbags, which she often carried while wearing her 5 to 6 inch high heel shoes. Deborah Munson will be truly missed, but we know she will be high stepping in her next life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council and members of this great community will greatly miss Deborah Munson, as her life was a portrait of service, a legacy that will long endure the passage of time and will remain as a comforting memory to all those whose lives she touched. We give our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Deborah Munson. Pontiac City Council, Pontiac, Michigan, December 20th, 2022.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to Legislative Council Sharp and others who helped craft that meaningful resolution language. Councilwoman Rutherford.
I just want to first say to Fanta, Melvin, Rashawn, Rico, and the Munson family how truly sad this is. Deborah was not just a woman, she was a lady, and a lady is few and far in between these days. She carried herself as a lady at all times. She presented herself as a lady at all times. She had a majesty about her that when she walked, you knew what she was talking about, and she had an eloquence that is not always displayed these days. And so I say it because I've known the family personally for most of my life, how truly sorry I am and sad I am that this happened to a lady, a true lady. And I just wish them comfort because earlier this summer they lost their mother. This family has been going through it. And so we as a community have to wrap ourselves around our leaders and people that serve this city, even when they're no longer here. So when you see the Munson family, if you don't know, find out who they is, reach out to them, send them a card, because after the funeral is over, after the food has been served, they still have to live here. And this family has been a matriarch family in the community, especially on the east side and the south side. And so I just want to make sure that we recognize them as a family because they truly need our love and support. So again, I say to the Munson family, God bless you, God keep you, and you are truly in my prayers. Thank you.
Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to add that, for as much as whenever you ran into her, she was about the business of handling the business for the city because she certainly had a heart for each and every individual employee of this city. But I also found her to be a person that has a good sense of humor. Whenever I stop by, we have a good laugh about something or another. But she always had the joy of knowing that every time she came, she gave it all she had for as long as she could and tried to make sure that each and every employee of this city was treated with kindness and respect, regardless of what manner of anger or frustration when they entered into the office. When they left, they know that their issue was going to be handled appropriately. And so we certainly applaud her service for the city, and we grieve with her family on the homegoing of Sister Deborah Munson.
Thank you. Mayor Grimo.
I don't have anything to add to the comments that have already been made, but as someone who also worked with Ms. Munson, as did Councilman Parker, her sudden passing is absolutely stunning and shocking, and I do want to acknowledge her longstanding and very diligent work for many, many years, going back 17 years, I think longer than 17 years, actually, 23 years, I believe. I also want to extend my heartfelt condolences to Ms. Munson's entire family. She was far too young to pass, and all of us in the community really mourn with the family.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion on the motion before us? What we have is the adoption of the council resolution honoring the life of Deborah Munson. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and we send our love and condolences to her family, friends, and colleagues, and the entire GERS system. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the City Council 2023 meeting schedule?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Nicholson, so that motion is now before us. Each year, we have to adopt when our meetings will be for the year to come. So there will be a few other annual items that we will check in. Those will happen at the beginning of January, but in order for the beginning of January meetings to happen, we got to set the meetings. The Pontiac City Charter requires the City Council to meet weekly. So if you think we meet too much, well, the people made it that way. So we meet weekly, and this schedule reflects that. So it has 52 meetings because there are 52 weeks in the year. The clerk's office has prepared this for us lovingly, by the way.
Yes.
And they've already made an adjustment so that way we have a Thursday meeting in early July. So that way we, of course, don't, on the federal holiday of Independence Day, we don't have a conflict. But I want to flag for a few other days that we may want to tweak, and it's this honorable body's choice on when we meet. So the final one is probably the most likely we'll want to change. Tuesday, December 26th falls after the day after Christmas Day, and so we may want to meet perhaps that Wednesday, the 27th at noon, or Thursday, the 28th at noon. But that might veer into when people might be going out of town. So we are required to have one meeting per week, even if we'd prefer to, take a bye week. But is there sort of an emerging sense on, does Wednesday at noon work better on the 27th of December?
Yes.
That's Councilman Rutherford's preference.
I'm cool.
Any other feedback, Councilwoman James?
I would like to propose that we do not have a meeting the week between
can't.
Christmas and New Year's.
We can't do
We don't have an option.
I realize that it's in the charter, but I think it's time to have that discussion as to where we can make some changes there, because for us to have a meeting between in that week, to me, it doesn't make sense. So I would like to propose that we eliminate that meeting between Christmas and New Year's, and however we need to go about doing that, if we need an amendment to our charter or whatever, I certainly am proposing it. So it's not on the agenda, we don't have to go into it today, but my feeling is that, we all need time. We're elected officials, but everyone is given some level of time off. And to have 52 meetings out of 52 weeks is just not a reasonable request.
Well, and as you've identified previously, raising your concerns with council leadership, it also puts a really undue burden on staff because they are preparing for the meeting. They
Yes.
have to be here. The clerk's office and the city council staff, that's an undue burden that isn't necessary per se.
I think so.
But so for tonight's action, I would recommend we may want to adopt it, because that is the current charter language. And then we have some time to negotiate with the current Charter Revision Commission or see if there's other options. But we'll need to at least adhere to the language as it currently stands. So knowing that we might be threading the needle, is Wednesday, the 27th at noon a viable placeholder?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll just sort of capture what other changes we want, and then we can make an amendment to the resolution accordingly. This coming year, Halloween falls on a Tuesday, October 31st. That might impact a lot of people being able to participate, or council members' families. Do we want to instead have on a Thursday evening, November 2nd, or do we want to keep Halloween October 31st?
November 2nd, because some of us, excuse me,
Councilwoman, yeah.
some of us have events. I have an annual event on the south side for Halloween, so I can't be here and be there, and I want to do both.
What's the vibe? What's the sense? Should we
I'm
try
fine
and
with
keep it?
moving it.
So no strong objections to shifting that to November 2nd, a Thursday at 6 p.m. And then the other one's more goofy, but how do we feel about meeting on Valentine's Day?
I have a date, so I can't do it. I ain't gonna, I'm being honest, I'm not gonna be here. Y'all have fun though. I'm going out.
So would City Council prefer to keep it on the 14th? And it's also about staff and the community. We don't want to screw up your love.
I think we should go with Sister Rutherford on her date.
Just bring
Posted
him.
as a public meeting.
Just bring
date.
him.
So is there a strong sense, should we keep it on the 14th or shift it?
No, I think we should shift.
Okay, so let's plan on shifting it for Thursday, the 16th at 6 p.m. And I did a quick glance through. I didn't see any birthday conflicts, but there could be. Is there a motion to amend the resolution to change the February 14th date to instead be Thursday, February 16th at 6 p.m., change the October 31st date to instead be Thursday, November 2nd at 6 p.m., and to change the December 26th date to instead be Wednesday, December 27th at 12 o'clock
I
p.m.?
made the motion.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we amend the resolution language to tweak those three dates. Any discussion on those three dates tweaking? And it's worth bearing in mind, in addition to some other strategic changes we may want to make in terms of frequency or the period of holiday concentration, that through resolution, the City Council can schedule additional meetings, or if there's if there's a date conflict that emerges, we could do that as well. It's worth pointing out that we did set our budgetary cycle. We'll do that as a separate,
Okay.
sort of standalone, but we've already kind of reserved it, so that way we've kind of held it harmless. And can make sure that the administration and us can plan accordingly when it comes to the heat of the budget preparation cycle. Hearing no further discussion on this amendment, speakers list exhausted on the amendment of tweaking the 14th of February, the 31st of October, and the 26th of December to shift those dates to respectively the 16th of February, the 2nd of November, and the 27th of December at 6, 6, and noon. Roll call on that amendment adoption. Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes,
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Okay, so we have the resolution before us as amended. I want to point out that we have no known elections in 2023 for Pontiac voters. Election days usually happen on Tuesdays, so that causes some scheduling issues with the clerk's office and with these the public buildings, et cetera. But that is not currently on the forecast. And for the community's benefit, if this is adopted, our first meeting of the new year will be Tuesday, January 3rd at 6 p.m. So we're keeping our usual time. We're keeping, obviously, the usual location. We're even keeping the usual day of the week, unless there is a strong holiday conflict that really just happens twice in this coming year. Any further discussion on the motion before us, the resolution as amended? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution as amended. Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker, Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
yes,
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. The first meeting of this Pontiac City Council in 2023 will be Tuesday, January 3rd, 2023 at 6 o'clock p.m. here at Pontiac City Hall in the council chambers. Thank you to the clerk's office for the work you did on it so far, but then all the fun work you get to do about updating all the posting schedules online and in person. Pardon me. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to authorize the city clerk to publish the proposed budget amendment?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by President Pro Tem Carrington. This budget amendment for the current budget year of 2022-2023 increases the budget appropriation for the 231 Cable Fund GL accounts for computer supplies of $2,000, operating supplies of $1,000, building addition and improvements of $6,500, furniture and fixtures of $4,000, and video equipment of $58,910. So as you frequent flyers and frequent vigilant viewers know, we publish a budget amendment notice. 2 weeks later, we'll consider it. And so we're at that first posting authorizing step. Administration, Mayor, would you like to give us some backstory?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to begin by just noting that we have a rather large fund balance in the cable fund, specifically in the cable fund. That fund is funded by various PEG fees, public, educational, and government fees that cable subscribers pay. And this budget amendment is designed to utilize some of that fund balance in order to improve communication services here at City Hall. In particular, some of those funds would be used to buy a new projector here in the council chambers to improve the quality of projections and PowerPoint presentations, both for those who are present here in council chambers, but also for those who may be viewing online or on their television. In addition, we have updated 2 cameras here in council chambers, but we own a total of 5 cameras, and so 3 remain relatively old. Some of these funds would be used to buy 3 new cameras so that all 5 cameras are on parity with one another. That would allow us to have some quality backup cameras or even potentially to deploy cameras elsewhere in the community. It also would fund some additional furniture and fixtures in the cable office downstairs where our cable staff do the vast majority of their work. Currently, that space is quite congested with cables and equipment. This would allow the purchase of new desks and chairs that are more ergonomic in nature, but also shelving units so that we can declutter that space and make sure that it's more orderly by putting equipment and wires in appropriate spaces. It also would allow for upgrades to the handheld video equipment that communication staff take out in the field with them so that we can have a higher quality product when they engage in video activity out in the general public. In addition, and these are relatively minor items, it would allocate $2,000 for additional computer supplies and $1,000 for additional operating supplies. Lastly, it would allow for upgrades to the billboard monitors or TV screens, if you will, that are in the downstairs lobby here at City Hall. We have a couple of monitors, but they're bulky, they take up a fair amount of space, and they're not as high quality as the proposed new monitors that would be purchased here. If council members have any questions about the need for the equipment, we do have our communications director, Paula Bridges, here. If, on the other hand, council members have any questions about the transfer of funds from the fund balance to some of these specific line items, it's probably better to direct those questions to our acting finance director, Deputy Mayor Stevens, or to Sakar Bawa, the senior accountant.
All right, would Mr. Brown like to elaborate further? Or? All right. Well, we have questions, so Mr. Bawa, Mr. Brown, Mr. Mayor, Mr. whomever might want to speak to it. Mr. Goodman had his hand up first, then Rutherford, then Nicholson.
Well, so mine's less of a question, but I do know that this will likely get brought up. So when it comes to the funding for these different line items, please explain in a little bit more detail where this money specifically is coming from, opposed to where the normal budget amendments usually come from.
I think I will allow our cable director, Mr. Brown, to talk about that. For everyone, I am Paula Bridges. I'm the new communications director. We have talked about this at length. This process did begin before I hired on in November, so a lot of the information regarding the fees and the franchising fees that are being used, they would be more well-versed in it, so I'm going to let him start off, and then maybe I can address some other questions.
Mr. Ball was going to talk about where it comes from, tech fees.
Yeah, good evening, council members and mayor. The amount is coming from the fund balance. Before this additional appropriation, the fund balance approximately $834,000 or something. So after this $72,410 increase in the appropriation, the remaining estimated fund balance will be $764,000 in the cable fund.
So to be more specific, the question I'm really asking is, explain where the money for these cable upgrades, like where they come from in separation of the rest of the funds that are used for different things at the department, such as DPW. I think Deputy Mayor wants to jump on that one, so I think he knows where I'm going.
Yeah. All right. So PEG fees are generated. We have Comcast and we have AT&T. They have fees that they pay to the city to be able to operate here, and those fees, some of those fees, have to be used specifically for the purpose of broadcasting to the general public. And so this is the PEG. These fees are what you're talking about. They can't be used to pay for police. They can't be used to pave roads. These are the types of things that they need to be used for.
And so to really hammer home on that point, the money that is being used for these budget amendments is money that specifically has to be used
Yes.
For the cable department to broadcast to citizens or in those different aspects.
Correct.
Thank you. And so with that, just to allow Phil a moment, can you explain the purpose of something? Because I know we've gone over this before. We've discussed this when we went over these original requests.
Right.
But kind of just going back over it from your perspective as to why we need these different things.
Well, in short, the cable system has been neglected where most of our equipment until of recently has been close to 15 years old. So by being 15 years old, we had analog, and we had upgraded to fiber. We're able to, now we're able to, the new equipment that we're asking for, the monies that we're asking for to purchase the new equipment, it will enable us to do more of what we've been doing with Zoom, for example. Replacing this projector, making it a camera input, basically. So we won't have a camera like that looking at a projector like that. Also, and it will be a direct input. And also, the billboard system in the City Hall will be able to see notices, whether it's announcements, whether it's some programming throughout the city or different departments for our citizens and for the people here at City Hall.
Councilman Rutherford.
Okay, 3 questions. Number 1, why wasn't a green screen included in the budget? 2, where's the set design part of the budget? Because we're supposed to be able to shoot programming in the city, and there's no set designs. You don't have a budget for set designs, and why is there not a budget for set designs? Because if I want to do a show, where would I shoot it at? Because there's no place to shoot it, and there's no set design, and there's no green screen. So please explain why that wasn't included in the actual budget. That's my first question. Go ahead.
To answer those questions all in one, and that's a good question, but the answer to that in short is that we weren't prepared for that. We do not have the space. What we needed first was infrastructure, which came with the equipment, which came with new cameras that were old, some are still old. Before we get to the studio part, the actual studio part where we can invite the public, where we can do our shows here or elsewhere as part of the cable fund, we need to establish the infrastructure first.
And my final question, what is the current budget of the cable that would be a Kafani question. What's the current budget for, is there a line item or will you be asking for line items for those items I just mentioned? Because we're supposed to have that as a city. And what's the timeline when y'all gonna do it?
So I don't have the full budget in front of me, and I'm not prepared to speak to that. But as far as putting that into the budget, likely that would be part of January begins our budgeting process, and then the new budget gets passed late May, early June. So that would probably be included in next year's budget talks.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Phil.
Councilman Goodman.
And to your point, Councilman Rutherford, so there are other amendments that are going to be coming down the road as we're continuing to work through this process to make sure that cable has everything that it needs. And that was a discussion item, but since you did bring it up, I can add that to the next subcommittee's meeting as a thing to discuss further.
Any further discussion? Legislative Council Sharp, you have the floor.
Just to give a little bit of background, also, the amount in that fund is so high because of the fact that a lot of those funds were supposed to be used to redo council chambers. So, and as part of what Councilwoman Rutherford is asking, there was discussion about being able to do things to allow the citizens to be engaged with the studio and so forth. But that's part of what council has to determine how they want to redo the studio and the other extras that they would like to see to go along with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion before us? It's a resolution that authorizes the city clerk to post the budget amendment. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of this resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, so that motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the budget amendments for this current budget year of 2022-2023 to increase the budget appropriation in the following general fund GL accounts related to Department of Public Works operations?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Nicholson, supported by Councilwoman Rutherford. It's a multifaceted budget amendment that was discussed 3 weeks ago when we authorized the clerk to post notice. It was not considered last week because it needs approval from at least, 5 city council members, with which we have a satisfactory number here this evening to consider it. So it deals with multiple different funds because there are different funds in the city budget that come from different pots of gold regarding Department of Public Works. So for example, from Fund 101, which is the general fund, it has reductions in appropriations and increases in appropriations or amount that's going to be funded, and that net increase is $161,600. In the Fund 202, Major Streets Fund, it would be increasing it, the amount being spent out of that fund, $133,500. Fund 203, Local Streets, that would increase the funding approved to $123 in increase. Fund 445, Capital Improvement Fund, meaning funds that allow the public city's buildings to be improved. That would be a total requested increase in the appropriation of, $265,000. So these are not insignificant dollar amounts, but they are involving otherwise appropriate DPW operations for public works. And the timing is really important because we have Mother Nature knocking on our doorstep, and we want to make sure that they have the appropriate funding line items in the appropriate specific allocation when it comes to operating of snow removal and ice tackling, salt distribution, you name it. And so that's a big part of what we're dealing with, but we want to give the floor to the administration if they want to break it down further. And I'll already preemptively flag the unique item of the $265,000 in the Capital Improvement Fund. The council and the community, you'll want to break that down about what that means. You've alluded to it 3 weeks ago, but hit us one more time. Mayor Brimo.
Well, you did a pretty good job, I think, of covering the waterfront, but I'll defer to Deputy Mayor Stevens to get into additional detail, including the particular detail that you referenced.
All right, so most of the items on here are fairly self-explanatory. Council President did a good job about pointing out that there are different funds. I'll just point out slightly further that the 101 funds are the general fund, which is made up of unrestricted dollars. So that money can be spent literally on anything that the city does. And that's generally what you would think of as income tax dollars, property tax dollars, and state revenue sharing. In those cases, I would point out that the major changes we're making there are to reduce the amount of money that is scheduled for salaries and wages. I mean, not reduce, reduce the amount of money that's scheduled for salaries and wages and increase the amount of money that's scheduled for outsourcing work to professionals. And that is only because it had been our intent to hire more individuals in that department, specifically in engineering, and we have not been able to do so, and we have work that has to be done and paid for. So that is that first major change that you will see there. In the Fund 202 and 203, which are the major streets and the local streets, which again, this money can only be spent on those activities, right? This is not general fund money that can be spent on any activity that the city does. This is money that has to be spent in these areas. And in these areas, what did not happen in our original budget was appropriate funding for winter maintenance. Additionally, what was not included in the original budget was appropriate funding for needed upgrades in computer software. And so that's where you see asset management. So asset management is actually us purchasing licenses for software that the Department of Public Works uses to maintain all of the assets in the city. So every time there is a downed wire or a street sign that's been toppled over, or even maintaining the fire hydrants, all of that type of work is put into a centralized computer database, which requires licensing. Also, it requires management. It requires people to actually do that work. And so that is what asset management is covering. Coming down finally to the Capital Improvement Fund, these are funds that actually were supposed to have been spent in the last fiscal year and did not, and were supposed to have been rolled over. And when the DPW director went to actually contract some of that work, he realized that there was no funding in those line categories. And so now we are, air quotes, rolling over the money that should have been rolled over from last fiscal year to actually do that work that had already previously been planned.
Thank you. And to confirm, the $80,000 in plan review, that reflects the already approved contract with Carlisle Workman and Associates. Is that an accurate statement?
So no, that is a different department. This plan, so that's a great question though. So plan reviews come in 3 different departments. The department that you're talking about, Carlisle Workman, that would be plan review for planning department plans. You also have, so let's just talk very, very, very quickly, crash course. If I want to build a building, the first thing I have to do is make sure that it meets all of the city's ordinances as far as the planning department. And so that's Carlisle Workman. So once they say, yes, you've met all of the planning requirements, it's zoned properly and whatever, then it goes to the building department to make sure that it actually is meeting the building code. So those are 2 types of plan review. This type of plan review is for anyone who is doing public works type of thing. So if I am building a brand new subdivision and I'm putting in roads, or if I am putting in sewer pipes, the Department of Public Works reviews those plans.
Or has
someone
contracted staff that has a cost, and so that's what reflects that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
And the nice thing to say is, generally speaking, this plan, so generally speaking, plan reviews are actually, we front the cost at the beginning, and then we actually charge people for those. So once we actually have money there, once we have enough money there, it should be self-perpetuating.
Helpful context. And then building additions and improvements in the capital improvement fund, is that speaking to that does not speak to the senior center grant-funded work per se? What would it be?
No, this is work in and around City Hall.
City Hall specifically?
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking about the exterior lot repairs, and then building additions and improvements specifically for City Hall.
Specifically for City Hall, I'm sorry, and also for the cemeteries.
Cemeteries, understood. Any further discussion on the motion before us, the approval of this budget amendment? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution approving the budget amendments for budget year 2022 and 2023 to increase the budget appropriations for respective Department of Public Works operations. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker? 6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and the budget is hereby amended. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the proposed budget amendment for budget year 2022, 2023? It's specifically for contractual temp PT labor by $6,000.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilwoman James. The motion is now before us. We've previously published a notice of this intention to amend the budget. We give the floor to the Mayor Administration now.
Thank you, Mr. President. This budget amendment, as we previously discussed a couple weeks ago, is in regard to a part-time employee who had been helping out in the treasurer's office. That part-time employee's expenses ended up, in terms of the expense of retaining that part-time employee, ended up exceeding what had been budgeted. While they're no longer working in the treasurer's office, this is designed to ensure that there's sufficient money to pay them so that we can ensure that the employee and the company that helped us retain them get the compensation that they're owed.
Any discussion on the motion before us? It was discussed previously. Madam Treasurer, feel free.
Hi, good evening, Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Pontiac residents. I just will add, we did speak about increasing the 6,000 to 6,300. The last time we met, all of the invoices for this particular part-time associate had not come in. So all invoices are in, and we are short just a few $100. So I did speak to Clerk Doyle to find out if we needed to do a new, publish a new notice, a new public notice, and he assured me that we didn't have to. That is something that can be put before you guys, and you can vote to increase that 6,000 to, I would say, 6,300, just to make sure that it's all covered.
You feel comfortable that $6,300 all in helps satisfy that?
Yes.
That need. Is there a motion to amend the resolution language to instead of $6,000 read $6,300?
I'll make that motion.
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Goodman. So that amendment is before us to bump it up by $300, just to make sure we're all copacetic. Any discussion on the amendment before us? Hearing no discussion, roll call and adoption of the amendment, changing the language from $6,000 to $6,300. Clerk Doyle.
James?
Yes.
McGinn?
If it's McGinnis, I say yes. Oh, now his is doing it.
Yeah, his is doing it too.
McGinnis?
McGinnis votes yes.
Okay. Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amendment is adopted, so we have the resolution before us with that updated figure. And any discussion on the main motion? Resolution as amended. Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution as amended. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman?
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
And I figured out what the microphone issue is. Because these are all activated, you're bounced out. So if you want to turn off the absent council members, it might make it a little bit easier to have them active. So it's just a
Yep.
nuance of the system. If all microphones are on, some people, it's like, I don't know, one fell over, I don't know, was it that nursery rhyme or whatever, bounced out of the bed. All right, so that, I believe we adopted a resolution. Is that true story? Okay, so that resolution, the motion carries, the resolution is adopted, the budget is hereby amended. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the proposed budget amendment, specifically regarding the establishing of the new payroll clerk position?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Nicholson, supported by Councilman Goodman. That item is now before us, and we give the floor to the administration for context.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. This relates to something we also spoke about previously, which is the need to bring on board some assistance to HR now that they're handling payroll by establishing the payroll clerk position. And I believe that council voted 2 weeks ago to establish that position. This is to ensure that we are funding that position before bringing on somebody on board to do the work. So I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Deputy Mayor, do you have anything to add?
The only thing I will add is that now that we have established this position, there actually already is a person that we have had doing this as a temporary. This will move them from a temporary person to a full-time person. And then I will also say, why are we doing this in the middle of the year? Well, we're doing this in the middle of the year because when we started, we did not have as many employees as we do now. We have hired to date over 30 new employees. And we still have more to hire. So HR just needed more assistance in keeping up with the work.
Councilman Nicholson and Councilman Rutherford.
Yeah, I want to piggyback from the Personnel Committee's perspective. We not only have we hired 30 additional bodies, the requirement of the recruiting requirement that's on our backs right now is falling mostly to our directors in our director's lap, and that person is also splitting their time between updating a tremendous amount of policies. I mean, walking into the handbook and our policy manuals. I mean, even post, I will say in quotes, post-COVID, having, to go into and update those policies to be amenable to our executive order. There's a lot of work that that's been on their plate. So a lot of the administrative work needs to have some eyes on it and have some normalcy. So I think, the idea that this person will be starting in that payroll role, but then their role will likely be encompassing a little bit more in the department is well needed.
Councilman Rutherford.
So we currently have a temp that's in this position, correct?
That is correct.
And is this temp being offered this job, or are you guys going to post it all over again?
No, the temp is being offered the
I
position.
just want to, okay, because it's important that we recognize people who have been loyal. That's it. Thank you.
Hearing no further discussion, I'm just going to break it down. Overall, the total requested increase in the budget appropriation is $32,726. That manifests itself in $21,500 in salary and wages, $1,645 in FICA, $7,863 in medical insurance, $330 in life insurance, $1,075 in MERS employer contributions, $43 in workers' compensation insurance, and $270 in dental insurance, and then is impacting those respective GL accounts in the budget accordingly. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
7 yeas, 0 nays. That motion carries. The resolution is adopted and the budget is hereby amended. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve? How about We just did that. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the mayor to sign an interlocal agreement with Oakland County on the receipt of $100,000 in funding to support arts and cultural activities in Pontiac?
So moved, but I got a question.
It has been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. The motion is now before us. We'll give the floor to the administration to explain. Councilman Rutherford's planted her flag as the first question. Mayor Grimel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to potentially allow our grants director to get into any specifics here and to certainly answer any questions. But this is the result of team effort and a lot of hard work. It was initiated by our grants team that put together a specific application to secure $100,000, and then Pontiac's Oakland County Commissioner, Angela Powell, helped shepherd this through the process and ultimately get it approved. And so we're really excited about this because this past year we had a lot of really great dynamic events that were put on by the Arts Commission, and that was a result of a lot of hard work fundraising by the Arts Commission themselves, but also by our grants team, including Director Borngesser, in reaching out to private sector donors and helping to raise the money to fund that. Now we have a predictable certain amount of revenue that can be used to help the Arts Commission continue those events this coming calendar year in 2023. And we're very excited about it. So this would allow us to enter into the required interlocal agreement to facilitate receipt of those funds. And the following agenda item, if I may, Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
Would amend the budget to establish a specific or put out a published notice of an intent to amend the budget to designate a specific line item in the budget to hold those grant funds. Ms. Borngesser, Director Borngesser, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Mayor. You have summarized this very eloquently. This is simply a grant agreement between the county and the city of Pontiac to award $100,000 to support Arts Commission activities in Pontiac. As you know, the Arts Commission is not a separate entity of the city, so these resources will be managed by the Department of Grants and Philanthropy and will follow all financial procedure and process that are required of any city expenditure.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rutherford, and followed by Councilman Nicholson.
Two questions. Number one, when the Arts Commission previously had events in doing this and there was a funding issue, how would this help streamline it more processing, i.e. making sure people get paid in 2 weeks instead of 6 weeks? And artists are actually paid what they're worth and not what is going to be offered to them, AKA, is this going to increase the salary for the artists that you're going to pay for these upcoming events?
So I certainly don't authorize expenditures without putting together budgets for events. So as I'm sure council is aware, Mike Martin from the grants team was appointed to the Arts Commission. He'll be an excellent liaison between the Arts Commission and the grants department. He's currently putting together standard operating procedures that we can share with community partners beyond just the Arts Commission to say, this is what's required of anybody who's requesting payment. These are the documents that are required. And this is how much time it takes for that invoice or contract to go from the hands of the grants department to the finance department to the deputy mayor for approval, and then eventually out through accounts payable. As far as salaries, those are or contract award amounts, those are often negotiated when we're budgeting for particular events.
Okay. My follow-up is, first of all, congratulations, as always. You do an amazing job, and you're an amazing person. But my other thing is making sure that we put it more user-friendly when you guys receive these funds, i.e. putting the actual documents online so that these artists can know how to do it well, because there was a true miscommunication. So as an artist and advocate, I have to bring that to your attention. So that's what my only issue is. But again, congratulations.
I couldn't agree more, and we definitely streamline that process for everyone and make it really transparent. And this is what's required for us, so we can adhere to city policy and procedure, but also make everyone's life a heck of a lot easier.
Thank you so much.
Councilman Nicholson.
I want to make sure it's super, super, super clear in my head, and then also with the Arts Commission. So this $100,000 is to be received by the city for arts and culture activities. So then it would be managed within the grants department per our current finance guidelines and spending guidelines. The second resolution, which I guess I can ask that question then, but I think it goes with the first, is that this may be semantics, so I want to know whether from administration this is semantics or whether or not we need to make sure that this is on the record, like black and white for the Arts Commission to understand. This $100,000, while it will be put into an account called the Arts Commission, it may be used for other arts and culture activities done by the city that are not under the purview of the Arts Commission. Am I correct? So should the Arts Commission assume they have a $100,000 budget?
We're beholden to the deliverables of the grant agreement and the scope that is outlined thereof. The application was written in support of the Pontiac Arts Commission, which performs arts and culture programming throughout the city. The Arts Commission does not have their own fiscal sponsorship because they are not a separate entity of the city of Pontiac. But the application is clear. This is meant to support the activities endorsed by the Pontiac Arts Commission. They are an advisory committee or commission, as I see it, and as is included in the charter. So perhaps it is semantics, but the intent for these resources is to fund arts and culture programming, which is endorsed by the Pontiac Arts Commission.
Do you see my where I'm heading is, I just want to make sure there's not going to be a time where I get a phone call that says we got $100,000 and we only spent $95,000 of it. This other $5,000 that the city approved for this wasn't talked about with us, or was talked about and we voted on it, but we're not happy about it because it's not our money.
Mayor Gardner.
I think it's a really important question you're raising, and again, just to amplify what Director Borngesser is saying, the grant was written to support activities and programming recommended or endorsed by the Arts Commission, and so that's certainly the intent, that this is going to support activities that the Arts Commission is interested in doing. Now, having said that, we ultimately have to sign off on any expenditures. It is money that is coming to the city itself, obviously. That's why we're doing the budget amendment, because it's an amendment to the city's budget to receive these funds and hold these funds. So we're certainly going to be making sure that proper fiscal safeguards are followed, that this money is spent in a responsible and effective way. But it's designed to support programming that the Arts Commission is interested in. And as I mentioned, we don't yet have any other dedicated financial or funding stream to support the activities that the Arts Commission undertook this past year, those being the Arts Crawl, for example, that being the many concerts that we had in parks around the city. And so the thought is that this will be used to support those activities, maybe others as well, depending on funding permitting, but that this will be used to support those activities so that we will know in advance what the available funding is and can put together a budget in advance proactively so that folks, whether they're on the Arts Commission or here at City Hall, are not scrambling at the last minute to raise enough funding to facilitate these events. And that alone, allowing for proactive planning and budgeting, should ensure that artists are paid on time and are paid a reasonable, fair amount for their services.
And to further address your very appropriate question, the mayor and myself both attended the most recent Pontiac Arts Commission meeting to further elaborate and to make that clear. So just want to share that with my colleagues. Director Borngesser, you mentioned the grant deliverables, which ultimately are what's driving this ship. When the application was submitted, and I seem to recall you shared to the Arts Commission that it really boils down to, and inherently because of what the anticipated cost will be, it's really going to help cover two things: the Pontiac Arts Crawl next year and the Lawn Chair Concert Series. Or was it the language a little bit more flexible or broad than that?
So those two items are noted, and if you look at the last page of the agreement provided by the county, it's the absolute very last page. It goes through the scope of deliverables, and it really highlights enhancing or expanding the programming. And so these are not by this name, but essentially flexible spending within the bounds provided by this scope. So I encourage you to take a look at the scope and the agreement. The arts crawl is noted, the lawn chair concert series is noted, and then there are a few options for expanded funding. One is a silent auction gala event centered around fine art created by local artists and beyond. An additional item is a winter-themed visual arts event planned in downtown with handmade wares and artwork from local artists. So this gives the Arts Commission some space to be creative, which is what they're good at, with these resources so they can provide expanded programming to Pontiac residents. But as noted in this resolution, this requires us to adhere to city policy and procedure with financial management.
As a past member of the Pontiac Arts Commission and the previous chair of the Pontiac Arts Commission, this is pretty transformational and I want to salute the administration and your Grants and Philanthropy Department for your willingness to be outside the box and be creative in your own right when it comes to leveraging funding opportunities that really can be a game changer. So I'm really excited about the interlocal agreement and about the budget amendment that would follow. Councilwoman James, did you have a hand?
I had a question about, this is for the 2023 calendar year, their activities this coming summer or next summer.
All of next year, yes.
All of next year.
2023 calendar year, correct.
Right. Did we get a grant from the county for this current year? Did they give us monies for this current year?
For arts and culture programming
Yes.
specifically?
Yeah.
I do not believe so.
Okay, so this is the first of these grants?
Correct.
Okay. Well, this is great, and I really appreciate Commissioner Powell's efforts and really the efforts of everyone that worked to bring this about, because it's really, it's great to know that the lawn chair series will be able to continue into this coming year, and that we will be able to expand that program, because it really, it really was a good program. And I think it was good for the city, and I look forward to that continuing.
Great.
I do want to also celebrate and acknowledge the volunteers, the Pontiac community members and advocates for arts and culture that volunteer on the Pontiac Arts Commission. There are 11 seats on the Arts Commission, and it is voluntary, so we just want to give them a shout out. And there may be a vacancy or two, so if you are especially excited or passionate, you can apply through for the mayor's consideration to be appointed to their vacancies, if there are any that remained. But just want to share that. Councilman Rutherford.
I was just going to ask the mayor, how many vacancies are there on the Art Commission currently?
There is currently one vacancy on the Arts Commission out of the 11 slots.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion before us, which is the adoption of the resolution authorizing the mayor to sign an interlocal agreement with Oakland County on the receipt of $100,000 in funding to support arts and cultural activities in Pontiac? Hearing no further discussion, speakers is exhausted. Roll call and adoption. Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker. Yes. Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes?
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. Resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the city clerk to publish the proposed budget amendment?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilman Rutherford. This has been addressed, but it's increasing the revenue of $100,000 for that grant from Oakland County, which is great. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion needed? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution to authorize the city clerk to publish the proposed published budget amendment, and then in 2 weeks-ish, we'll do the deed formally. Clerk Doyle, roll call.
Parker. Yes. Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution establishing the position of purchasing assistant?
So moved.
Second? Support. It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. That resolution is now before us. Mayor Grimal.
Thank you, President.
We might need to make some room for him. Okay, go for it now.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I'm impressed at how quickly you diagnosed the microphone problem, by the way, Mr. President. We might have to hire you part-time in our IT department.
Well, your
as
staff
well.
gave me the heads up a few weeks ago, and I finally remembered, so touche.
So this is related to making sure that moving forward, we're getting our purchasing procedures and protocols properly in place, and then, even more importantly, properly following those protocols and procedures. Our relatively new purchasing manager has been swamped trying to clean up the mess left from the previous administration in terms of contracts that were not properly kept track of, not properly filed, not properly adhered to in some cases. And in many instances, the previous administration was utilizing services when the contracts had already expired or had never been approved by City Council in the first place, as required by city ordinance. And some of that bled over into the current calendar year as we've grappled with trying to clean up this mess and track down contracts and what contracts were approved by the City Council in the past, what contracts weren't. So as we continue to grapple with this and try to clean all of this up, it's really important that our new purchasing manager, Ms. Martin, has the help that she needs in order to be successful and in order to ensure that the city is complying with all proper procedures and protocols. So we have two agenda items here. One would establish the position of purchasing assistant, and the other would publish a proposed budget amendment in order to provide the funding to bring on that purchasing assistant.
All right, so this is establishing that position. Any discussion?
I just want to have a
Microphone for you, sir. Councilman Parker, you have the floor.
as I was sitting there listening, and certainly we recognize the awesome work that our purchasing manager director is doing and the assistance that she needed. But as I listened to all the people that are saying, all the number of additional people that are working in this building, are we ever going to address getting some additional help to clean the building?
Believe there
If
was
you
a
want
budget
to
amendment,
follow
right?
up with that, Mayor or Deputy Mayor, so we did approve the budget amendment adding additional capacity, and Councilman Parker made that budget amendment. So do you have a plan on
Ever addressing that?
spending that?
We are actually currently hiring, so advertising for and looking for assistants, yes.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion before us, which is adoption of the resolution establishing the position of purchasing assistant? Councilman Nicholson.
I want to bring to the administration's notice that the Finance and Personnel Committee did not get notice of this when we asked the director if there were any new positions that were coming. This was not mentioned. So in the future, if there are, that's the time that that way we have time to deliberate over that as a smaller body as well.
Councilman Parker.
The follow-up question is I look at, and I know one of the issues that we had, we talked about it even at the Finance Committee meeting, is that for the most part, when we're looking at hiring positions, our salary is somewhat below what the median range is for the area. And will that be a problem with this position?
Deputy Mayor.
So if you look inside your package, that was actually a topic of high debate, and we believe that we will be, again, not at the bottom of the pay scale, not at the top, but closer to the top than we are in many of our other positions, so that we do not believe that this will be a difficult position to recruit for from a salary perspective. It may just, however, be a difficult position to recruit for just because of the general market that we are in right now, with individuals looking for different arrangements than what we currently allow for, i.e. completely working remotely.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion. Oh, Councilman Rutherford.
Question for the administration. At what point will we be updating on whether we can work remotely in the city of Pontiac? Is that coming up so that this wouldn't be an issue in the future?
Deputy Mayor.
So that is coming up. That is a policy that we have been looking at in great detail. As was noted a few items ago, the HR director is, feverish. Right this minute, she is feverishly working on getting us switched over to a better payroll system. But aside from that, she has been working on policies and procedures in general, and that is something that we are looking at. The larger scale issue is making sure that we create a policy that is fair and enforceable, and that we take into consideration individuals for whom that particular policy is just not possible. So, for example, individuals in DPW, individuals who actually physically take payments, and what is it that we are building into our system to make it to make this a workplace of choice for them as well.
Councilman, on
And
follow-up.
would that also include community concerns or community relations specialists about working from home? That would be included with them, correct?
Right. So again,
Okay.
the idea is that this is a comprehensive policy that is. So, and I want to take a step back and say something that I alluded to but did not say directly. This is not just about saying, hey, what is our work from home policy?
Right.
This is about saying, hey, what is the city of Pontiac doing to be a location of choice employment? So what are the perks that we are offering to say, why would I work there when I can work at any other municipality? Why would I work there when I could work in the private sector?
Thank you so much.
Any further discussion? Bless you. Hearing no further discussion, speakers list is exhausted. Roll call and adoption of the resolution establishing the position of purchasing assistant. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. The position is established. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to authorize the city clerk to publish the proposed budget amendment related to that new purchasing assistant
So
position?
moved.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Rutherford. The motion is now before us. Again, this just authorizes the clerk to publish it. It'll be back in 2 or so weeks. Any discussion on that motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution authorizing the city clerk to publish this proposed budget amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We'll see that soon. All right, is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve a 2-month renewal agreement extension for Comp 1 administrators?
So moved.
Support.
It was moved, I think, by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilman Nicholson.
No.
Or,
It was
Say anything.
Rutherford Nicholson.
oh, okay, that was tag teaming it. All right, so moved by Rutherford, seconded by Nicholson. That is now before us. Mayor Grimal, administration.
Thank you. Comp 1 administrators, and I know we've talked about this before, but for the benefit of the public, administers workers' compensation benefits for those former employees who were injured on the job back when the city was self-insured. The city has not been self-insured when it comes to workers' compensation for well over 10 years now, but there are 4 individuals who worked for the city when the city was self-insured who were injured, in some cases quite seriously, while they were working for the city. And the cost of providing those benefits is substantial. The way that this works is the city pays Comp 1, and Comp 1 then provides or facilitates the provision, to be a little more accurate, facilitates the provision using those funds of the benefits that are owed to those workers' compensation beneficiaries. And the cost of that is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. So it's a substantial amount of money. We want to make sure that we're doing a thorough vetting process, looking at whether there are other administrators out there who might be able to provide more cost-effective services. Obviously, we want to make sure that those who are injured on the job continue to receive quality healthcare services. That's very important. But we also want to make sure that that's done in as cost-effective way as possible in fairness to the taxpayers of our city. In order to facilitate doing a thorough RFP process, both HR and the purchasing manager are going to need 2 more months to really do that. And obviously, it's imperative that this contract not expire because we need to provide these benefits. These, in 1 or 2 instances, they're very, very important, and the people really are in very serious need of medical benefits. So that's the purpose of extending this out another 2 months. I know that we extended this a few months back. This would extend it 2 more months so that we can properly do that vetting process through a competitive RFP process and make sure that we're making the decision that's best for all involved.
Deputy Mayor.
Just to add to that, as the mayor said, this was extended once before. It was extended once before so that we could review it to determine the actual direction that we wanted to take originally, because as the mayor said, there were only 4 individuals. We thought that we would potentially manage this in-house. We found that that is just not an acceptable option. And so we have to have a third party doing this for us, and that is why we're asking for the time to properly go out and vet getting a new third party.
Any further discussion? Councilman Nicholson.
As someone who has gone away from Comp 1 in the past, I just urge you to look at the rich benefits and the service that they provide. I've left with other groups and gone back simply because not everyone who is on this benefit deserves or should continue to be on the benefit through the rest of their life. And Comp 1 does an incredible job in making sure that they're routinely monitored from health appointments to revisits to, from paperwork. I mean, just their compliance department is amazing. I've left and gone back simply over cost. So I think cost can sometimes be on the back end. And I think it's an important one to vet from not just lowest bidder perspective.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, speakers list exhausted. Roll call on adoption of the resolution to approve a 2-month renewal agreement extension for Comp 1 administrators. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford, Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now at a second reading of the ordinance for the City of Pontiac Adult Use Marijuana Business Ordinance. First, want to give the floor to the clerk's office because there was discussion in the past about we wanted to have a landscape of where we were with our previous medical marijuana landscape that was requested by multiple council members. And so that's been provided to us. And there was a thorough survey and review statewide of the landscape with recreational and medical marijuana that the clerk's office did for the city council as well some months ago. So I want to give the floor to the clerk's office to bring us up to speed on that. And then we will give the floor to the administration, who will no doubt enlist legal counsel to help break down the minor adjustments they have, my understanding, have made for the ordinance draft that is before us, so that way the community and the council knows about all those changes, and then we'll have further deliberations. The expectation is not voting on this tonight for many reasons, but in part because we are still very much intent on getting it right. So I don't intend on trying to call for the final vote tonight, but ultimately a majority of this body calls the shots. So just want to offer that context. Clerk Doyle, you have the floor to bring us up to speed so we can see what we're looking at Pontiac specific with the process for the conditional approved provisioning centers for Pontiac, medical marijuana.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, council members, you have before you a spreadsheet which lists all the conditional approved provisioning centers, as well as we do have some conditionally approved growers and processors, and where they are in the pre-permit process. So what I mean by the pre-permit process is after their applications have been approved, then they need to get their building permits, from fire, building department, their site plan approved. Ultimately, before we're able to award a license, they have to present a sanitation plan contract, show that they have liability insurance, and then they also have to get what's called like a step 2 approval from the state of Michigan. So here's a list of all of the applicants when they initially got their conditional approval and where they are in the process. If you see blanks, then that simply means they have not fulfilled that requirement. And that's pretty much
Thank
it.
you. Clarifications and questions on this particular aspect? Councilwoman James.
Yes, under the conditional approved names, do you have any explanation for why so few of them have moved to the next step? There's only one on this list that has submitted site plans. Is there any reason that you know of why after it says conditional approvals were issued 5/27/22, it's quite a while, and only one has submitted a site plan?
Through the president, actually, there are 3 applicants who have submitted a site plan. On the second page,
Okay.
You'll notice 2 more.
Okay.
But to answer your question more broadly, what I have heard is that a number of the applicants are waiting to see what the city is going to do about recreational marijuana.
Any further discussion on the information for the conditional approved provisioning, growing, and processing? Councilman Nicholson.
Even to piggyback on that, 81 North Saginaw is my neighbor downtown, and I can tell you they too, even though they've gone through the process, they are in a similar pattern, I don't believe, without some movement in the recreational pattern, that their process will continue much further.
Any further discussion on this aspect of the research and review? All right. With that, I want to give the floor to Mayor and legal counsel to provide for the community and the council the explicit modifications that may be reflected in this document, if applicable. Mayor Grimal.
Thank you. You read my mind. I was going to say the same thing. I know we talked about this a couple weeks back. Council reflected some suggestions, and I know that legal counsel has provided an updated draft in all of the council members' packets that reflect at least many of those suggestions. I don't know that it reflects all of those, but I'll allow legal counsel to explain the changes that they have made in the draft proposed ordinance.
Good evening, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Mr. Clerk. The red line that was provided, some of the minor changes were essentially grammatical tweaks. The first significant one is on page 13, and that addressed the issue of allowing co-location of a variety of establishments in addition to what was in the original draft, to include social equity retailer establishments, Class A micro businesses, and designated consumption establishments so that they can be at the same location so long as they have separate walls and entrances and exits. And that's on page 13. At the bottom of page 13, I deleted a section of subparagraph C dealing with transfers of licenses because it was duplicative and it's covered in a later portion of the ordinance, so that really just eliminates duplication. Next on page on page 15 and 16, this is not in the red line, but I was going to make a suggestion for sub numbers 7 and 8 on 15 and 16 to include a reference to foreign countries, since we're asking for iChats or state police reports for applicants, and it only refers to applicants from Michigan and other states. But obviously, there can be investors from foreign countries, and I think that amendment would make sense since you might want a police report from a citizen of another country, such as the UK or some other place. The next change that would be substantive would be on page 20. Paragraph 30, there's a requirement to have drug and alcohol awareness programs for retailer, social equity retailer, Class A micro business, and designated consumption establishment. And I added temporary marijuana event to that requirement, since somebody holding that license can sell and allow consumption at the temporary marijuana event. And then in paragraph 31 on page 20, I deleted references to growing outdoors, since outdoor grows are prohibited. Going to page 21, subparagraph C at the top, that really lays out the and follows the Cannabis Regulatory Agency rules on who can hold different licenses. So under the ordinance as drafted, an applicant can apply for multiple licenses, but under state law, a Class A micro business applicant cannot hold an ownership interest in a grower, processor, retailer, or social equity retailer. And then social equity retailer permits are limited to social equity qualified applicants. And then the last sentence really addresses the fact that if an owner of a grower, processor, retailer, social equity retailer, or Class A micro business cannot have an ownership interest in a safety compliance facility or secure transporter. The next change is at the bottom of 21 and the top of 22. Subparagraph D, I modified the word permit to be modified by the term conditional. And then there was a concern expressed about the timing of development after the award of a conditional permit. So this large paragraph basically requires, if a conditional permit is issued, that the applicant obtain final site plan approval and special land use approval within 6 months, and then they obtain a operating permit from the city and the state within 18 months. And then if they can show good cause, they can obtain an extension of 6 months. There's also a requirement that as part of being awarded an operating permit, they enter into an agreement, basically contractually agreeing to abide by the plans that they submitted as part of their application.
Excuse me, what page is he on?
22, correct? Page
Yes.
22.
22?
I'm sorry, 22.
What number?
It's the top paragraph in blue.
The top paragraph in blue.
So letter D, subletter D.
Subparagraph D, carried over onto page 22. Another item that I noticed that was not in the original draft or in this red line draft, if you go to page 25, subparagraph 12, that's the last category where possible points can be awarded for a social equity plan. That's the category for social equity plan, but there was no line item for the number of points that would be awarded for submitting a social equity plan that meets those requirements. My recollection is, in discussion, it was 10, but ultimately the points being awarded in these categories are up to the council. So that change has to be made so that there's a scoring number for that category. The next substantive change is on page 28. Again, that is the timing requirements that I discussed earlier pertain to the unlimited licenses. This particular subparagraph addresses the timing requirements for those applying for licenses that are limited under the ordinance, such as a retailer, establishment, social equity retailer, designated consumption lounges, and Class A micro businesses. On page 30, I deleted subparagraph A on designated consumption establishments because it doesn't really apply to that type of use. And then there was a few things added for designated consumption establishments about not being allowed to engage in the sale or consumption of food unless that type of business was authorized by the city, and not engage in the sale or consumption or serving of alcoholic beverages, which is something that would require a state liquor license. Then on page 32, that again expands the co-location opportunities for other establishments, including retailers, Class A micro businesses, and designated consumption establishment uses. And makes clear that those establishments operating at the same physical location have to have a permit approval for each business type and use under the ordinance. On page 34, under annual marijuana business permit renewal, there's a added provision. Applications are required for renewal to be submitted 30 days prior to the expiration date, which is an annual expiration date. The added language is failure to submit a completed application for renewal on or before the actual expiration date is grounds for revocation or suspension, and that if they have not if the operator has not timely submitted a renewal application, they're required to suspend business operations until they do receive the renewal. Subparagraph F. That basically was kind of a tie-in for satisfying all the subparagraphs required for renewal of the license. So it makes clear that written approval is given by the clerk if the previous subparagraphs A through E are satisfied from the clerk and the other departments that are responsible for reviewing the renewal application. On page 37 and 38, there's an amendment regarding penalties. The original draft referred to violation of an ordinance as a misdemeanor, but under state law, under MRTMA, it's supposed to be a civil infraction. So that was changed from misdemeanor to civil infraction. There's also a limitation on the each violation being $500. So the original draft had $750 for the first violation, and that's been modified to $500. Those are the major changes. The rest are pretty much grammatical.
And you even included a table to show us the exact change for words. Okay. Thank you very much for that. So I've identified what those substantive changes were, and I have identified two elements that council needs to provide feedback on about what direction we would like to go, among other changes we may like to see. But so pages 15 and 16 in terms of, and I'd be interested to hear recommended language about how you ensure background checks essentially for foreign applicants, or are you recommending that foreign applicants be prohibited?
No, I typically, a lot of these businesses now that are larger have investors from Canada or the UK, South America, et cetera. So it's really, it depends on the country. You would probably have to go to the equivalent of the FBI to get kind of a national report on whether or not there's any criminal convictions in their background.
Are there other ordinances in other municipalities that have established language that makes that clear? We still have to do some digging.
I can't cite off the top of my head, but there probably are.
Okay.
In the smaller cities, a lot of times they don't have anything about background checks. The larger cities usually cover the world as a possible source of applicants.
And then the second I've flagged that you identified on page 25, the social equity plan points that we would like to award, that'll be something that we might be able to help shape tonight. I had, excuse me, hands from President Pro Tem Carrington, Councilwoman James, Councilman Nicholson, and I'll do a point of personal privilege, and I'll be right back.
Thank you, President McGinnis. Just a quick question. I think that some of your suggestions were good. Actually, I think I can agree to some of them. Concerning your oversight and giving the clerk office sole discretion on determining some of these things as it relates to renewals as well as making sure the applicant meets the certain criteria. Could the administration please tell me the rationale in that direction, whether or not you didn't want to put a commission together to oversee some of these activities?
I'm wondering if you are referring to a separate marijuana commission, separate from the medical marijuana commission? When you say a commission.
Well, I guess from the language, I'm trying to think of what page I was on. Page 22. In granting the extensions, the clerk has the sole discretion to determine that if the applicant has shown good cause for the delay. For example, good cause is very vague. So basically, what does that mean? If we're giving the clerk the sole discretion to determine that. So we basically, no one else is looking at this other than the clerk's office. So I'm trying to understand if that's something.
Yeah, I didn't have input on this language. This was put together by the city's attorneys, representing both council and the mayor's office, based on the feedback and input at the council meeting 2 weeks ago. So I would defer to the attorney as to why the attorney drafted it in the way it was drafted.
A lot of other ordinances have time limitations on when the applicant is supposed to do the build-out, finish it, and get an operating license. And most of them have provisions that allow for an extension if they can show good cause. And typically, it relates to construction issues and delay issues involving in the build-out. There are cases, though, where a shovel is not in the ground yet after 18 months, and the applicant comes in and tries to claim good cause on some excuse, and the city at that point in time would have discretion to deny the renewal. So the clerk was inserted there because basically you have the clerk managing the entire process. If there's a denial by the clerk, the applicant has a right to an appeal, and then there's an appeal process in the ordinance, which requires a hearing.
All right, thank you. I don't know who had the floor next.
Mayor Grimo, did you have a further answer to that?
Well, I wouldn't say a further.
Then you can't speak yet. Councilwoman James, Councilman Nicholson, Mayor Grimo.
What I'd like to ask you about is, in terms of, some of the larger questions that we need to address is how we are going to handle the group of applicants who are not applicants, but the group that have already received provisional licenses under the medical marijuana provision and ordinance. I would like for you to kind of talk us through a little bit. If we were to consider an option of providing a conditional approval for businesses that currently have a medical marijuana conditional approval, that we would provide them with conditional approval for the recreational on the basis that they must complete the medical marijuana requirements within a given period of time. Where would that, in terms of our liabilities, where do you feel that would, how do you feel that position would put, what kind of position would that put the city in?
Well, the basic paradigm for that situation is some smaller cities have done that and have not been challenged. It's not clear from reviewing their websites whether they had, say if they had 3 medical licenses, did they only have 3 applications for recreational? The problem is under the state recreational statute, if the number of applicants exceeds the number of licenses that are available, the city is required to have a competitive process to determine who's best suited to be awarded the recreational license within the municipality. So the current draft of the ordinance gives the medical conditional approved permittees points if they meet certain criteria, and I think it's 5 points. So that's an attempt to give them an advantage based on what they had previously done, but it doesn't necessarily grandfather them in. So there's an issue about whether or not the city would be subject to lawsuits by the non-medical community that might apply for a recreational license if the city simply grandfathered in the medical permittees.
Well, that assumption would be if we, what you're calling grandfathered that in without providing any other opportunities. If we decided that we wanted to go forward with what we already have, we have 4 years invested in a medical marijuana ordinance and process. And now we are looking at adding recreational marijuana. And to me, with what we are looking at now, we're actually going in a completely different direction. We've got 4 years here. We've got 20 businesses that, are already have been given provisional approval, and now we're just starting a whole new process. And to me, I don't think that is the best way for us to go. I think that the best way is for us to go forward with the process that we have, and that is to acknowledge the companies that have already invested, that already have that provisional, require them to come up to the requirement for the medical, but to be able to provide that recreational provisional license for them as well, given that they meet the state requirements, but that we would also need to open some additional slots. I don't think, I agree with you that we probably can't make it work if these are the only 20 slots, and we say that, okay, the businesses that we have already approved will get all of those slots. What would you say if we were able to open additional slots in addition to those that are grandfathered in, as you call it?
That's a possibility. I mean, one possibility is you award more points in a category so that the medical people get points in the scoring. Other suggestions are that you amend your zoning ordinance where the recreational zoning districts have limitations where the locations are limited to where the medically approved conditional permittees are. That's one way of doing it. Whether that would open up the city to litigation from people that don't have those permits, that's something we can only speculate on. But obviously this space is a space that's heavily litigated, and probably the leading case on it is the Mount Pleasant case, where a medical operator who was actually operating challenged the scoring under the recreational ordinance of Mount Pleasant, and the Court of Appeals ruled against that challenge from the medical operator. Mount Pleasant, though, as a result of that process, they basically amended their ordinance and made it unlimited. So they have an unlimited recreational licenses available in that city. And they had a couple of lawsuits that were floating around there, but the Cary investment one is the one that is published at the Court of Appeals, which basically says that the medical operator is treated as an initial applicant similar to a new applicant and has no additional substantive or procedural due process rights from somebody else. So it's an area that obviously is ripe for litigation. So I think the city has to walk a fine line.
But it has been, both options have been done in other cities and are working in other cities. So it's just a matter, and I think either way, the possibility is there for litigation, wouldn't you say?
We looked at 6 different ordinances where that was done. They were all smaller cities, and only one of them, Lapeer, we were aware there was litigation over the grandfathering aspect. The other cities, they were small, and we haven't checked the circuit court records to see if they were challenged or talked to the city attorneys to see if they were challenged. Some of those cities may have been situations, though, where there were, say, 5 licenses available and they only had 5 applications.
Yes.
So that wouldn't trigger that competitive provision in the state statute, which gives people grounds to bring lawsuits against cities.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilman Nicholson.
I have a procedural question before I ask the city attorney a few. The first reading, you were collecting some suggestions for amendments. So I want to make sure that my previous 2 were still captured and that those are on record. Okay.
Correct.
Great. I'm concerned. I'm concerned because the amendments that we read through largely were amended because they were either not, they weren't parallel to the state's requirements. So how did we get this draft that had so many items that were not that were not parallel to the state's requirements?
I guess, could you point to
Well,
one
I mean,
specific?
we have a list, right?
So page 13 for co-locating, that was, you changed that because it was something identified as an multiple city council members wanted to allow for co-locating of various different items.
Yeah, that's,
Page-
I'm more concerned with those that
Yeah,
were
I'm just
not.
trying to capture, striking outdoor grow, for example, that was because
That one to
in
me
further
seems pretty
review,
clear.
the state didn't provide for outdoor grow of
No,
marijuana.
I think the original draft had outdoor grows are prohibited, but the sentence before that had something referring to if you have an outdoor grow, it has to comply with the regulations of the city. So it was a contradiction in the draft. But the original draft was supposed to just reflect the fact that outdoor grows were prohibited in the city. There's obviously odor issues and things like that with outdoor grows.
But so
which-
page 37, 38, I'm just trying to play Pip to your Gladys Knight. You were saying penalty, civil infraction, instead of it being a misdemeanor, that the state or MERPA required it to be civil. So that might be an example that you're referencing.
Yeah,
where-
I'm just trying to outline, it certainly seems like there's a lot that maybe it wasn't ready for prime time. That's how I feel. It seems like there was a lot that, that we're going back over. And for me, as someone who's not, a professional in this, I don't know these questions to ask. So we're really relying on Clark Hill to get through that hurdle. So I want to make sure if there is additional legal review that has to be done, I certainly do not want to, I want to call that to my colleagues' concern as well, so we don't potentially ask for a vote on this tonight. Because I think there's plenty that needs another eye, and I'm sure our clerk also provided some opinions as well. My question specific to iChat, I am not comfortable with iChat being the standard if we're going to then ask for foreign investors to go to their FBI. iChat is our state, is a system that's held by our state police department. They don't even, the judicial system doesn't even use iChat, they use a live scan. To me, if we're going to say one needs to have the equivalent of a federal check and then two, only an iChat. I mean, I've worked in banking and human resources for a number of years, and we required fingerprinting as that standard, not an iChat, because so much was left off of the state's database.
Typically, municipalities rely upon the state process to get the fingerprints and the Michigan State Police reports. And so the iChat is really something the applicant provides. The state, when they're vetting applicants, they get the full state police report or the FBI report.
So
and they
under the
get
provisional, we
fingerprints.
accept the iChat, but the final isn't approved unless there's a fingerprint, a live scan fingerprint.
Right, and that's usually done by the state,
Okay.
the Cannabis Regulatory Agency.
Then there are two. One would be a request, I think likely will be a request for an amendment related to transfers of ownership. I noticed that we're also allowing transfers of location in transfers.
Yes.
Okay, I want to understand that better because that was not originally permitted in the medical process. Ownership, yes, not location. Because if location is, then how does it get vetted other than with the clerk's office?
Well, I mean, there's a process to apply to transfer a location. I'm not familiar why it wasn't in the medical one, but the medical one was a ballot initiative.
Okay, so, all right. I don't prefer that, so I'd like that to be an amendment on my behalf. Applications and assets. So here's my question. So my colleague, Councilman James, underlined, I think a broader interest, certainly on my side, to see that the individuals that were taken through such a long process have more teeth in this game. I did talk to the clerk about the window for the application period, but I'm wondering if there is a process by which we can have them fill out maybe a form asking for their previous application, some of the documents or assets in the previous application to be considered toward their next application. Things like business plans, things that might not need to have to be recreated. It is such a arduous and huge application. Do we see that as being difficult? Are they different applications? Are they different? Is there so many pieces and parcels of this process that can't be, we can't potentially ask for one to be used to be submitted towards the next?
I think it might be easier for the city if you allowed the applicants to reuse a business plan that they previously used, if that's their choice.
Okay.
That way, I'm sure they would have copies of it.
I understand. Putting together an entire application like this, there are consultants that are amongst you right now, right, that were paid thousands and thousands of dollars and took a lot of time to put these applications together. If the application is not dissimilar, is there a possibility that they could use their medical application to apply for a recreational permit?
It's certainly possible.
Okay. I'd like that to be an amendment as well to allow the medical applicants to potentially use their previous application, if they so choose. And I'll certainly have suggestions on the point scale when we get to that portion, President.
Thank you. Mayor Greimel.
Thank you. I have a few questions. Hearing your description of subparagraph D on page 22, which I know President Pro Tem Carrington referenced, but also on page 28, subparagraph M, which are essentially identical additions. It sounds like the language was added in order to address something that council people and I expressed a couple weeks ago, which is wanting to reserve the opportunity for the city to revoke licenses, to permanently revoke licenses potentially, if a licensee is not operating the establishment. Is my understanding of that correct?
Well, the main purpose of this was really the development phase. A conditional permit is awarded, and then there's a time period of 6 months to get site plan approval, et cetera, and then a period of 18 months to actually get an operating license where you either renovate the building or construct the building and have final inspections and get approved. And then if you can't finish, but you say, I only have, here's my punch list of things I have to do, I think it's good cause to give me additional time to complete the process. So that's the intent of those two paragraphs.
Okay.
It's during the development process, not necessarily somebody who stops operating.
Okay, that makes sense. So I must have misunderstood your earlier comment about that. The reason I bring that up is I believe that some council people, certainly I, a couple weeks ago, expressed some concern about what happens if a licensee goes out of business or otherwise decides not to continue an operation. So maybe they get a license and they never open up, or maybe they open up and ultimately cease operations because they don't think that it's profitable. And at least I would like to see a provision that says that if they don't open up within a certain amount of years, or maybe months, or if they go dormant for some period of months, that their license could be revoked, and that we could winnow down through attrition the number of licensees if some of them are not using their licenses. And perhaps the city at its option could reassign those licenses, or alternatively, maybe the city at its option would not reassign those licenses. But I'm concerned that we're likely to have some licensees that go out of business for whatever reason. And the question then arises, what happens to their license if they go out of business? And could they be dormant for a period of time and then pop up years later and go into operation after people are living around a site that maybe they had no idea was a dispensary? I can think of all kinds of problems that could arise if someone goes out of business for some prolonged period of time and then tries to start up an operation long after the fact. And most people seem to believe that the market is unlikely to sustain 20 dispensaries or provisioning centers. And if that's the case, we will see some number of licensees go out of business. And I think we need something in the ordinance that considers what happens to a license if it's not being used for some period of time.
So if I might, Mr. Mayor, there's two things in the ordinance that would address that. One is ceasing operations would be a material event, and material events are required to be disclosed to the city within 24 hours. And then there's the annual renewal process. So if somebody shuts down and they're up for renewal at the end of the 1-year period, the fact that they had ceased operations or have been closed would be part of the renewal process. So if you want something in there that would beef up the authority of the city to not renew a license if somebody wasn't operating, that can be added to the list of things that are looked at for purposes of approving a renewal.
I think that would make sense, yes. That's my own view. I do have a few other questions, but President Pro Tem, I don't want to hog all the time if you want to rotate between people.
I plan to rotate, sir.
That's fine by me.
Councilman Goodman, you got the floor.
So I have a couple of very specific and particular questions. The first of which, a criticism that I made during the last meeting for this that hasn't been reflected in any of the changes, and I just was curious as to why, is that there's still the prohibition of delivery, in the drafted ordinance in front of us. Because I do know that was one of the things that I did bring up at the initial meeting, and I don't know if there's any particular reason for that. Okay. So then I can move beyond that. There's nothing on that one particular.
Any, are you asking the mayor?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Do you have the list of amendments?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that's noted as one of the amendments.
Because it was an amendment that was originally put down the first week.
Yeah.
Thank you. So after that one is, I do have a concern when we're looking at this, when it comes to the excess growers part of the allowing in the city, mainly because if I understood correctly, like the need for having excess growers is really important when the way that our licenses, the ban was in our state for a while, that banned people from having so many licenses, allowing them to be able to be an excess grower to help meet the needs of the market is kind of pointless now, given that ban will be lifted in 2023, and that excess growers situation has kind of allowed the market to become as saturated as it is. So I don't really particularly see a need to have that part in there, especially when in 2023, the ban on licenses that made excess growers necessary before now won't be necessary in 2023, to my best understanding.
Well, the ordinance allows stacking, so a Class C grower can obtain additional Class C licenses. The excess grower license basically allows them to get 10,000 more plants by paying only one fee, as opposed to paying the fee for each 2,000 plants. That's the primary difference. It's a fee reduction issue for larger growers.
But again, to that point, and to my colleagues, like the purpose of that is kind of unnecessary and kind of, it again, works to further oversaturate the market, increasing the amount of stock that we have, decreasing prices, and making it more difficult on smaller businesses who are trying to introduce themselves into the market. So what I'm saying here is that because of how the ban that stopped these retailers and businesses from being able to obtain multiple licenses to be able to grow this much, at this point, because of that ban being lifted and them having the opportunity to seek those licenses, it's unnecessary for us to facilitate that extra part, because again, we're in some way further oversaturating the market by allowing them to just kind of grow with very little actual cost in the matter, and making it more difficult for smaller retailers and smaller businesses to be able to make their part in the market.
So the ordinance also allows for unlimited grows. So while it has an excess grower license, it still allows for unlimited grows. So I think if your concern is to curtail the supply, then maybe you should look at limiting the number of grow licenses.
So to that point, the people who, can you possibly describe the demographics of people and businesses and corporations who would be able to get an excess grower's license in comparison to what we consider to be like a more small business or average grower? Because I would assume that there is some difference in resources likely between those who would apply for a normal grow license versus going for an excess grow.
No question. I mean, there's pressure right now throughout the state on small growers because their costs of developing and bringing their crop to market exceeds that of the larger growers because of economies of scale.
Right. So with that, if we were to allow excess growers, which again likely would be the corporations who can afford to manufacture at a lower price, this would further incentivize them to continue to manufacture larger amounts at a lower price, and would make it more difficult for smaller businesses who are trying to go into the market to be a competitive choice, because the excess growers obviously would be controlling really the influx of material in the market. Would that be like a fair assessment?
Yes, I think it is. But I would still add that even if you eliminate the excess grow license, you're still going to have this unlimited Class C grow availability under the ordinance, unless you change both.
Right, and don't get me wrong, I have no qualms about changing that as well. But like that is a thing that may put us obviously more in line with some litigation, given that it's already part of the medical marijuana ordinance in some way. But with the excess one being the outlier here, I do want to call a lot more attention specifically to that. But also, I do have concern in general about the saturation of our market with that unlimited number. But again, I am focusing on the one that is least likely to cause us immediate further litigation. So I wanted to call attention to that. And then if I might ask another one. And then also because I am the person who cares a lot about, the employees and workers that are in the city just in general, especially when it comes to getting these types of jobs. I did see that the city of Alpena, who does have a adult use ordinance, has baked into their ordinance a couple like considerations for workers and laborers, such as a living wage requirement, which they currently do have in their ordinance and is backed up by a couple of Michigan legislative statutes, as well as having applicants offer benefits packages in addition to wages and salary as a part of the ordinance. And I would truly love to see an attempt to do that because, again, it's been enacted in another adult use ordinance. And I feel like in an attempt to do what is the best thing for our citizens and for us in this process, I think making sure that there is some type of situation there for living wages and benefits for our citizens, I think would be an amazing thing when it comes to this specific and particular industry that we're talking about.
I've captured that as a particular prospective amendment for Amendment Orama. Legislative Council Sharp?
The question actually for the clerk first. So as it relates to denial, non-renewal, suspension, or revocation, the language in this proposed ordinance, is it the same as the language that's currently in the medical ordinance?
I would have to review the medical to see if the language is the same. I just can't.
The reason I asked that, and it kind of goes in line with somewhat what the mayor was actually kind of referencing earlier. To me, in my opinion only, and I'm not sure, again, if this is standard or not, but the language is a little loose in terms of any grounds for revocation. Like to me, it should be beefed up in terms of being able to give some type of, I don't know, examples, situations or something, because it just allows for, to me, it allows for possibly, a lot of challenges because of the fact it just leaves it subjectively, right? Any grounds for revocation or suspension of a permit must be provided to the permittee at least 10 days prior to the date. So it could just be for any reason, though I know they have to go through the steps, but shouldn't there be some kind of basis or something to allow the city to, almost like a checklist or something, I don't know, something that some kind of criteria or something, versus just leaving it the way that it is?
We can look at making it more specific.
I
certainly.
think so. Thank you.
Councilman Parker?
Thank you, sir. And I'm just really trying to remember what we did a couple of weeks back, because I thought there was an amendment requested to increase the number of micro businesses from 3 to 5.
So what I have is, I've captured all of those, and I apologize that our council leadership's respective illnesses have slowed that part down. But what I tentatively am thinking is that tonight, in addition to further identifying issues, challenges, clarifications to what's in front of us, and it's been very helpful for the community and for us to sort of identify sort of what's the current draft and what it all does. And I appreciate you identifying the different changes, but that at the January 3rd meeting, AKA not the Christmas to New Year purgatory, at the January 3rd meeting, we take this updated revised document, and then we go through with legally vetted language on all of the amendments that have been identified. We vote on them. We even maybe identify a few 11th hour questions that need to be resolved or amendment language. And then we have that final document as a city council and as a community January 10th that reflects all the changes. There may be some final philosophical questions or amendments we want to wrestle, but that we should be in very good shape to take that final vote on that, robust and fully updated document January 10th. So that's my current working approach. But I hope that before we're done tonight, the biggest thing we might want to do is really vet the scoring system. Because it sounds like the scoring and point system, we're going to have more applicants than there are spots. So with that said, and what we're knowing about the legal landscape in Michigan, that there needs to be some competitive process, so the points matter. And so I've already identified that Councilwoman James has indicated, and others are in the same boat. I think this reflects Councilman Nicholson and others, that the medical marijuana, conditional approval for their provisioning centers or dispensaries, if you will, that point system might want to be increased from the current 5. And then we have to still come up with a verdict on social equity plan inclusion, what those points are. But we'll go through, get a sense of where we are. Right now, it's a total of 120 points. So we can go through and say, do we want to boost some of those, decrease some of those before we're done tonight? Because that's a big part of it, and that's at least something that we have enough information to at least tackle a lot of it. We can still change it if we want to further on the 3rd or the 10th, but I just want to, before this evening is done, that we'll dive into this part deeper. But with that said, I've already identified 8 new amendments for Amendment ORAMA on January 3rd, and we can add more. But Councilman Parker, to your question, that's still in the mix. And rather than us just sort of assume everyone agrees to that, there'll be questions, and each, we'll have the majority of council members adopting an amendment, said, okay, that's in, or that one didn't make the cut, and we'll keep it trucking forward. Anything further on? Okay. Mayor Grimel, then Councilwoman James.
So on page 29, the addition regarding social equity retailers and specifying that they cannot apply for Class A micro businesses. I'm wondering, and you may have said it and I missed it, but what was the rationale behind that?
That's a state law requirement.
Oh, it is, okay.
Class A micro businesses are limited. They can't have an interest in a retailer.
Okay.
Or a social equity retailer.
And so that also explains the provision at the top of page 21 that you modified.
Yes.
That's required or prohibited, as the case may be, might be a better way to put it, under state law.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Councilwoman James.
Yeah, President McGinnis, I think what I'm proposing, which may be separate from the scoring system, I'm proposing that we grant provisional approval for the 20 current
So it'd be like a grandfathering
businesses.
approach.
Yes.
So that would be like a separate amendment, yeah.
Yes, which would, looking at page 2, this is what was proposed, and I think under, we've already talked about increasing the micro businesses from 3 to 5. So we're already making changes in this. We're looking at the retail businesses as 20, social equity retailers as 4. What I'm proposing is that we grandfather in the current businesses with strict guidelines that they have to be approved for medical within a strict limited amount of time. And also that we add an additional 3 openings for recreational marijuana. We've already adjusted the micro business. We've already added consumption. We've got 3, is this 6 designated consumption?
Yes,
Because
yes,
you've
it
got
is.
3 designated consumption establishments, 3 north and 3 south.
That's correct,
Okay.
Councilmember.
I'm not clear on what a safety compliance facility is.
That's a testing laboratory. So all marijuana that's sold to consumers has to be tested in advance for chemicals, metals, et cetera, or mold.
Who does that, though?
It's a testing laboratory.
Is that state-run, city-run?
No, it's private. It's private. They have to apply and get approved for safety compliance. And there's a whole series of regulations they have to follow. And then they're audited with respect to their results. But every licensed retailer, grower, and processor in the state has to have their products tested by a safety compliance laboratory.
Are those laboratories required to be within our districts, or are they allowed to be anywhere?
They can be anywhere.
Okay. All right.
And there are
but so-
presently none in the city of Pontiac. Novi has some?
Nobody has applied for a
No,
license.
no
in Pontiac.
applications for those facilities.
Okay.
For the city of Pontiac.
So I'm 23 new ones, and then, I agree with the other changes that have been recommended.
I've captured your items. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other, Deputy Mayor?
Mr. Murphy, speaking specifically to what the councilwoman just raised, you had talked about there has to be a competitive process. Would that comply with the competitive process requirement?
That's a loaded question.
No. So obviously, I'm concerned that it does not comply with the competitive process. But I'm not the attorney. I'm not the one who studies this. So I'm asking you to explain the competitive process and.
But you may be
would that-
asking him to tell potential future litigants what our policy may or may not be as ironclad, even if we make it our policy. Mayor Greimel.
Well, to that point, it may, again, this is really a city council decision.
Yes.
But I think well, when I say this is a city council decision, what I'm referring to is what I'm about to say, is it would, I think, make sense, and I would recommend that once we have all of the proposed amendments compiled, before voting on those amendments, that we have a closed session to ask the attorneys their opinion and advice about those amendments.
Would that be appropriate within the confines of the Michigan Open Meetings Act?
I think it would be prudent, and it would clearly entail providing legal advice.
Okay. Other further discussion?
Well,
Pro Tem and then Councilman James.
Yes, I'm definitely interested in, from a social equity standpoint, of granting points in two measures. I would like to see at least 15 points initially for social equity provider, but also additional 5 for any social equity establishment that have a city of Pontiac resident ownership, any ownership.
Councilman Goodman. Well, you gave your finger earlier, but I forgot when I said her name, so if you really want to give it up, James, it is.
All right, just wanted to respond to Deputy Mayor Stevens. Competitive process is required, but we are adding slots, and so there will be a competitive process.
Under your amendment.
It's not the full 20, but it will be, there will be slots open up for a full competitive process. So, it would meet that requirement somewhat.
Councilman Goodman.
So before I go any further, I see Attorney Sharp shaking her head, and I feel like you have some information. Oh. No, never mind. So I do have a very specific one, and this actually, I think, my colleague, Mr. Carrington, will like. Something I do want us to see us also entertain is, well, let me ask the question first. So of the permit/application fee that is charged, Is that full 5,000, because this is just me kind of like being a little bit ignorant, does that full 5,000 come to the city, or how is that decided?
No, it's intended to be defray the cost of the city of managing the program.
Okay.
So it's a fee paid directly to the city.
Okay, so with that in particular, so the city has obviously some, if not a good portion of control of how that money is used and spent.
Correct.
So one thing I would like to do is possibly see an amendment added in here that would make $1,000 from each permit fee be used for community education and outreach on topics such as adult use marijuana, to promote social equity, to negatively impact communities by promoting advocacy around criminal justice, and specifically in marijuana and the war on drugs, supporting youth who have been negatively affected by the war on drugs as it relates to marijuana. I'm sorry, I'm making you write a lot, Michael.
Yeah.
And community education and outreach on adult use marijuana in general.
Got it.
The clerk has some feedback.
Mr. Clerk.
So it's my understanding, and legal counsel can correct me, the application fee has to be used to defer the cost of the application. So the review process. You can't take the application fees and do something else with them. They have to pay for, like we had hired consultants, the internal review of staff to review that. That's what those funds have to be exclusively used for. Right, yeah.
Okay.
You could create a category and award points if the applicants volunteer to do that.
Okay, so in the meantime, I'll look at that further then.
Mayor.
I've got 3 remaining questions, so, if you want to rotate, let me know, but.
Do it, baby.
So, one question, and I think you already said this, but just for my clarity, on page 31, where you added some language about serving food or alcoholic beverages in a consumption lounge, and specifically you added that they cannot engage in the sale of alcohol. That's because that is prohibited under state law, as I understand it. Is that right?
Well, so far, I'm not aware of the Liquor Control Commission issuing a liquor license to a consumption lounge.
Okay. But it is not expressly prohibited under state law.
Well, you have to get a liquor license.
Understood, yeah. But I wondered if we should allow for that possibility if we think it may be a possibility and is allowed under state law.
I can check with my colleague who does liquor control cases.
I've been told that it's not, as a holder of a Class C license, that is not currently permitted under, yeah, we've asked,
But
Liberty Bar has asked.
we could potentially add language that mirrors above, unless the business has obtained the required authorization from the city. It could even say unless
the
the
state,
business
yeah.
has
The state,
obtained
That way
the
this
required
document just
authorization from
grows,
the
yeah.
state in the
Yeah.
future. So it's a little more ambiguous. But as we discussed 2 weeks ago, there is current language in this proposed ordinance that says we may review this in the future, meaning that we can update it. It gives us that window to say we can then reflect those changes as the state updates, the MLCC or others. Because I think that this will, to be an effective ordinance, will have to be an evolving ordinance as the years go on, as the state case law changes, as there, these new potential venues may arise that we haven't even, the industry hasn't even created yet. But I've made a note of that, Mayor, so keep on rocking.
On page 35, never mind, this, I think I answered my own question, actually. Although, what I was going to say is subsection F there, or perhaps on the previous page, page 34, it seems like that would be the place to beef up the clerk's discretion to deny renewal of a license if certain criteria are not met, to mirror Ms. Sharp's comment and my earlier comment about what happens if a license is not being utilized for some prescribed period of time. but I at least understand the language in subsection F. I did not initially understand that. And then, again, I'm quite sure you said this, but I just wanted to confirm in terms of pages 37 and 38 and specifying that any violation of the ordinance is a civil infraction and not a misdemeanor. That's because that is required either by state statute or state regulation?
That's under MERTMA. I've seen cities, though, go their own way on that, where they define something as a misdemeanor and do it under their police power authority. But MERTMA specifically says that a violation of MERTMA under a municipal ordinance has to be a civil infraction.
Okay.
But the city, I think, would have discretion to define a violation as a misdemeanor if it wasn't directly impacted by MERTMA.
The only reason I bring that up is I'm reflecting on our challenges here in the city with blight. And there are times, certainly, when I've thought, hey, it would be great if we had some more teeth to crack down on blight, especially for landlords who are repeat offenders and really taking advantage of the fact that they know that the most they can get hit with is a $500 fine. And so I am thinking aloud that if we had a marijuana licensee who was particularly abusive, it might be nice to have some teeth. Now, that's, I think, less likely, frankly, in the case of a marijuana licensee than in the case of a landlord, because there's a lot of downside in terms of potentially losing a state license to a marijuana licensee. And it's going to be, I think, a pretty competitive marketplace. And so presumably that would also incentivize marijuana licensees to have establishments that are in good condition, et cetera. But I'm just thinking, might there be a circumstance like we have seen over the years in the city where a civil infraction and $500 fine is not a sufficient disincentive to bad behavior?
Yes, so you have other ordinances, for example, on blight that you can enforce and impose sanctions on. And then we've upped the fines if there's a repeat violation, and then upped it again if there's another repeat violation that continues for more than one day. It's up to $3,000 a day. And that's intended to address the egregious, situation where it's, you also have the authority to temporarily shut them down and have a hearing about whether you want to revoke their license if it's that serious of an issue.
All right, so we've got a number of items here. Before I start diving deeper into the point scoring, the Michigan Court of Appeals in recent days has made a pretty decisive verdict as it relates to other municipalities and their recreational marijuana approaches. Do you, having potentially done some assessment of that decision, do you feel as though that strengthens or identifies or strengthens the resolve that this is the right approach, or does it identify new areas that you'd like to consider additional language to strengthen it? Any initial thoughts on that front with the Michigan Court of Appeals' recent decision?
The Berkeley case I think you're talking about, which
Yes.
came down just a couple days ago, the Court of Appeals basically ruled that the city has discretion to create scoring categories and rejected challenges by to the scoring categories. So it's a pretty strong decision in terms of saying a municipality has a lot of discretion under MERTMA to impose scoring categories other than determining. MERTMA uses language saying you should award a license to a person who's best suited to operate under MERTMA, and the question in that case was there was language after that saying within the municipality, and so the Court of Appeals said that language gives the municipality authority to impose other requirements such as fixing up vacant buildings. You get points for that. You get points for green infrastructure. it goes beyond what's in MERTMA. And it says, you know, the city has discretion to determine what's best for its development in crafting an ordinance such as this.
So to that very point, we're now going to, you know, dive a little bit deeper that the Michigan courts have just reinforced that we have that ability to, for the benefit of Pontiac and its residents, determine within our municipality what would make a stronger determination on who was best suited to be awarded these recreational adult use marijuana recreational businesses. So, so what we have right now in the proposed ordinance has a total of 120 points, theoretically, but we can shift that total based on what we add. Right now, the language has awarding of 5 points if the application is complete and fully done. And as I'm going through, let me know if my synopsis is off, if I'm not reflecting it correctly. The next, worth 20 points, says that the proposal or the application avoids detrimentally impacting the surrounding neighborhood and the surrounding area, and includes a traffic study submitted with the application. 20 points. 10 points for a plan and approach that communicates with the neighborhood, the surrounding residents, that there's communication and engagement with the neighborhoods. 10 points for making improvements with buildings. And Mr. Murphy, can you let me know, because there's another category or two below that deals with if it's taking a vacant building and making it better, and then also if it's taking known and documented blighting buildings and either taking it down or improving it. So for building improvements, in a sort of layman's terms, does that mean they're just constructing something and it's really quality?
Right. Typically, they'll produce drawings and renderings showing how they're going to renovate a building and make it look nice and add, landscaping and that sort of thing and lighting. That's for that category. But then there's a separate category to develop either, a vacant building or a blighted building.
Okay, yep, and I'll call that out. So thank you for that. So essentially, improving, what this facility would be an improvement to the community, and they've demonstrated that it would be landscaped, lighted, and quality construction. 10 points that they have a good record of health and safety, AKA they don't have a lousy record of being a negative impact to health, safety. Anything else you want to name check there, Mr. Murphy?
Well, they have to show that they've got a history of regulatory compliance with federal, state, and local law, and they have to disclose any complaints, convictions, administrative or regulatory decisions, permit suspensions, license suspensions. So if you've got an applicant for a marijuana license, but you found that they had a property up north and they were suspended for selling stuff out the back door that wasn't tested or batched, you can take that into account and to whether or not to award them points.
Okay.
Clarifying question.
Clarifying question from Councilman.
A individual who is not, so if someone doesn't have a negative background, they get awarded the full 10 points. So let's say they don't have a background at all.
Technically, then they would.
So we're not looking for good history, we're looking for no record of bad history.
Not bad history.
It's probably a combination of both. If most people that are, but
I'm getting lost again in the nuance. I think it can't be nuance, right? Like we have to, especially when it comes to scoring criteria, I think we have to have it has to be pretty well defined.
so I would say to get the points, they have to disclose the fact that they don't have any kind of regulatory issues, because sometimes applicants ignore that, and then they expect to get points without making an affirmative disclosure that they have no regulatory or compliance problems.
Okay, so now there's a third element. It's either now it's failure to disclose. So I do you see this is where I'm getting so uncomfortable with this process, because I'm feeling like it has to be specific. It can't be if people are scoring this, it can't be. Clerk, did we use this criteria in the past?
If I could clarify,
Clerk, go
everything can be in the ordinance, but Mr. Murphy alluded to, which did not happen with the medical process, we created a scoring criteria guide that was given to all applicants, which had very detailed information, much more detailed than what was in the ordinance. You know, you need to submit this, and that. That actually, that scoring guide gets approved by this council.
Okay.
So, although everything can be written in order, it could, the various can be put into the scoring guide.
That's helpful context. So this is the broad framework, and then once that is set administratively, that the city council will consider what's the explicit manifestation of these broader framework categories.
Yes.
Okay.
I think I may have tried to answer your question by putting myself in the position of a scorer and how they look at these things and how I've seen them scored.
Okay,
where they-
yeah, I was just concerned that a score would put themselves in that same position and come up with different criterias, which would, again, put us at a disadvantage. But if there are further criterias that are defined, that makes me more comfortable.
So 10% record of health and safety, and I might have oversimplified that. 20 points for financial resources and proof of capital, meaning they got the resources to pull this off or documented. Is that an accurate synopsis?
That's correct. And they have to also add that they haven't had a bankruptcy in the last 7 years, that sort of thing. So you can take their financial history into account, aside from the fact that they might have resources that they can document.
So financial resources, capital, and financial history.
Correct.
10 points for a staffing plan, and our ordinance specifies, strategies for hiring Pontiac residents for employment at these facilities. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
10 points for essentially philanthropy in the community, that they'd be making community improvements and, sort of the benefits to the community. 10 points.
That's correct.
5 points if they were conditionally approved for a medical marijuana facility, if you will. I keep not wanting to use the wrong word between dispensary and provisioning center because the state has specific. So medical, what do we call them?
It's a provisioning center, but they use the term facility for any kind of a medical use.
Okay.
And they use the term establishment for the recreational use.
Okay. I'll try and keep threading that needle for the benefit of the city. So that's 5 points presently. The rehabbing or replacing of vacant, meaning they take down a vacant building or they improve a vacant building, that would be 10 points under our rubric. The rehabilitation or replacement of documented blight, 10 points under this system. And social equity plan inclusion, we here are going to come up with a point that points that we would like that to be. Urban area ownership, you've shared with the council the concept of urban areas that have been negatively impacted by the war on drugs, to know what's common parlance, but where communities of color and urban areas in Michigan have been predisposed and especially negatively harmed by the decades of policies as it relates to the criminalization of marijuana. Is there any of those existing point categories, is there any of those categories that already have that language included in terms of urban area ownership, or could or should we create that as its own standalone point category?
You could create it as a separate category, or the social equity plan can also address that, the social equity plan category.
So we do have the option to have it as a standalone point
Yes.
category just for simplicity's sake.
Yes.
And okay. So social equity plan inclusion, I think there's a strong consensus that if there, for the point awarding process, that would be something we would want to have points awarded for. Does anyone, Pro Tem Carrington shared 15 points was kind of where he was in that vicinity. Do other council members have a vision on what might be a number we want to land on for social equity plan inclusion?
I'm comfortable.
So you're comfortable with 15?
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Nicholson's cool with 15? Pro Tem?
Yes, clarifying question. So actually, I do like your point of separating the urban ownership separate from that. So adding 15 points for urban ownership as well as a separate category. or resident ownership, City of Pontiac.
So, are there any other categories that we wanted to see more or less of? So, for example, let's say the Kathy Lee James amendment of grandfathering all the medical marijuana facilities was shot down, was voted down in a blaze of glory. Would we want to boost those points so that way it still allows that competitive advantage, that it takes into consideration that work and investment that they did to pursue the medical marijuana process? Yay, nay, abstain? What do you think, Pro Tem and then
I
Councilman?
definitely think that we should increase the points in that category. I'm not necessarily for grandfathering anybody in.
So you're jumping the gun on our amendment, Orama?
Okay, well, what I'm saying is that I definitely think that we should increase the points in that particular category.
Councilwoman James?
What are they currently?
5. So it's it's tied for the lowest category of application complete, meaning they filled every box. So it's a pretty low amount. So it could go up to 10, could go up to 15.
Yeah, I would, we've got to
I think it should
equalize
be
these out,
significant.
but I would say they need to be 15. Say 15.
Yeah, I think it needs to be as high as the highest point values. I mean, we've put these
Absolutely.
applicants through so many years. I would go 20 at least.
I'd be more 15er, but who am I? So I've made a note here that there's interest in modifying the medical marijuana sort of track record of adding a social equity plan inclusion and a standalone urban area ownership. So any other categories that you feel are too anemic or too high on those other point systems? Do we have any caps on what our total points are?
No, you can.
Arbitrary, yeah.
It's arbitrary.
Okay, so if these changes are made, it would essentially add another 45. So that would be, we'd be looking at 165 or 170 if there was a desire to do, like, for example, the medical marijuana track record at 20 instead. That would be 170. So that would put us at application complete, it's worth 5. Avoiding detrimental impacts on the surrounding area in a traffic study submitted, 20. Neighborhood communication plan and engaging nearby residents on an annual basis, 10. Demonstrated improvements to the facility or the establishment, the landscaping, the lighting, 10. Record of health and safety, 10. Financial resources and capital to undertake the project, as well as financial history, 20.
Are you hoping, President, that we will stop you and if there's
Sure.
something we want?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, feel free to interject if you're
Thank
like, what? Staffing plan, including hiring Pontiac residents initiatives, 10. Community philanthropy and community improvements to benefit the Pontiac community, 10. Medical marijuana, conditional approval track record, 20. Rehab or replace a vacant property, 10.
I want to
Yeah.
propose that maybe that language should be identical to number 4 when we're asking somebody has or have. It should be the same, has or have rehabilitated, rather than, I just know that there have been a number of people who have put time and effort in, and I don't want them to somehow potentially be counted out for having had rehabilitated a property within this process already.
Okay, I'm going to flag that as a potential amendment or, sort of just a tweak, has
Just
or have.
so that way it's the same as item 4.
The rehab.
Rehabbing, rehabilitating, redeveloping.
Got it. Rehab or replace of a vacant structure, 10. Rehab or replace of a documented blighted structure in the city, 10. Social equity plan inclusion, 15. Urban area ownership, 15. If that was the system, that would be a possible points of 170 could be achieved. So it doesn't mean that we have to make this
Clerk,
iron.
speak.
Clerk Doyle.
I could be wrong, but I'm at 165.
Okay, see, that's what we do when
Because initially it was 120 before, which you mentioned before the social equity was given any points. So 15 for that, 135. You added 15 to the conditional approved applicants. You added 15 for urban ownership.
Yep, you're right, so 165. But again, luckily, this isn't the ironclad determination. This is just we now have a better working sense of what reflects, what would determine applicants that would be best suited for operating these establishments in Pontiac. So any other questions or clarification on these different categories? We have the more explicit language in the ordinance. So what we can do.
Well, just one clarification.
please.
You said 20 for the medical marijuana, and the clerk said 15. So that may be the discrepancy there.
I'm
When
sorry.
You, when you
He
read
said
it
15
out,
more, because there was a 5
Right,
already.
yes, that was correct.
An
Oh,
additional
okay.
15.
Okay.
That's where
All right.
but that was my math issue. I was
Okay.
thinking that an extra 5,
Okay.
so. But we'll have that more vetted at this late hours math would do. So the current working approach would be that we are going to provide the administration and the legal counsel the comprehensive roster of the amendments or considerations the council would like to make at the January 3rd meeting. And this will be shared also with all city council members, so that way you could say, well, actually, I've reflected on it more, and I don't even want to offer that amendment, or something like that. But so that way, the administration and our the city's legal experts in this field can craft that language to be solid proposals. We will also share with the points the working concept for our point system, and that we will, on January 3rd, have our essentially third reading, where we will vote as comprehensively as possible on all the outstanding questions. And we will have, hopefully, leaving there a firm sense of where the majority of the council is on these respective aspects of our proposed ordinance. And then on January 10th, we have, with those adopted amendments, a final document for final consideration, final changes, and hopefully adoption or whatever the will of the majority is, that'll be decided January 10th. And I would just offer to the administration and to our legal city attorneys in this regard that please don't make any more changes, even if they're no-brainers. Let's, from here on out, do them as amendments. So that way, we all know what those changes are. You can make the case to say, well, the state tells us we gotta. Well, we'll vote then, because we gotta. But that way, we don't have to have yet another revised document, and that's more for the community's benefit as well. But you effectively laid out those changes. It was easy to track and document, so we thank you for that. It's made the consideration stronger. Council members, do you have any concerns about this approach laid out? Again, there is no fault in having additional items that we need to address, that they'll organically come up as we further research, review, probe, wordsmith, and finesse this document. Hearing no further discussion, speakers list is exhausted. Well, I don't want to say that. I want to say, could I please have a motion to postpone this to the January 3rd, 2023 meeting?
So moved. Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker and seconded by Councilman Goodman that we postpone this ordinance to next be considered at the January 3rd, 2023 meeting. Any discussion on that motion?
We intend to have that closed session between?
That's a great question. So we look to the mayor, administration, and attorneys to gauge when's the most shrewd time to do that closed session to ensure that we're not making any legal vulnerabilities more legally vulnerable. So it might make sense that we actually have that closed session prior to that third reading. And we don't mean to complicate people's attendance or scheduling, but we just know that we want to legally review that before we start tweaking with the final document. Does that make sense? Because then we'll have to come back later on January 3rd or on January 10th and then reverse ourselves. So there's no fun in that. Mayor Grima, how does that sound?
Agreed. I think we want to have that before any votes on amendments are taken.
Got it. It's a tough balancing act, but that's why you elected us. Or didn't. But we, or didn't vote for us, say levy. But we have a motion now to postpone to January 3rd, and thank you for asking that extremely relevant question. Roll call on the motion to postpone until January 3rd. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Abstain.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays, one abstention.
That motion carries. It'll be back before us on January 3rd. We are now at what we anticipate to be a quick discussion before we head to public comment next. Mayor Grimel, give us the scoop on land sale to Rite Aid, parcel identification number 1421450003.
I am going to defer this to our attorney who is here so that he can walk us through. Are you asking?
Rite Aid.
Yeah, Rite Aid. So I know you've been working on this. So if you can just give a quick summary, Mr. Kalani, that would be great.
Visitors, if you could please use the side entrances when you come and go from our chambers. Thank you.
So originally, I was hoping we would put this on the agenda for tonight, but I think Deputy Mayor Stevens made a good choice, that we probably should just provide some update or background information and then come back to the City Council. This is really for information purposes. The city was approached by Rite Aid. Rite Aid's in the process of doing a major transaction which involves like a sale and lease back reinvestment. And in the course of that process, they came across a small piece of property at their location at University Drive and Martin Luther King. And what is adjacent to their parking lot along University Drive is a small parcel of property that apparently when they did the Alta survey, they discovered that this small portion, or the small parcel was the city has an interest in that parcel. And the Rite Aid, or Perry Drive before that, had been paying property taxes. They're listed on the BSNA software, and as well as the assessing roll as the owner of this particular parcel. They've been paying on it since at least 1999. Not very much, really, in terms of property taxes overall. Over the last 23 years, it's been approximately $4,000 total. Like I said, it's a small property. What Rite Aid has asked is they've asked the city to quit claim this small parcel to them so that they can consolidate that corner. It's a small portion on the again on their overall site, and the request is they will pay some consideration for it. Now, we've taken a look at the assessing records, and based on that, it's 0.005 or 0.005 acres. It's a small parcel.
That's a sliver.
It's a sliver. They've offered, basically talking to city administration, we've offered since it's the assessment on the property is $5,000. And that's 50% of what the market value would be. They've asked for a discount based on the fact they've been paying taxes on it for the last 20 years. City administration thinks that $5,000 would be an appropriate fee for the that we would receive from Rite Aid for the parcel. Now, we haven't done any independent appraisals or anything like that, but that's kind of the recommendation coming from city administration. There is a process under the city charter that if you're going to convey or transfer any real estate, that you have to hold a public hearing. So part of the process and the information tonight is really to kind of give you that process up front, and then come back probably next week if you're meeting next Tuesday. And at that time, if the city council desires to proceed with this transaction, to schedule a public hearing, in which case the clerk would publish what's being conveyed, and there will be a public hearing probably in January, with the transaction concluded sometime in January as well.
President Pro Tem Carrington.
So this piece of land, is it, what part of the property is it located? Is it located between the east side of Rite Aid and the homes that are going up the hill right there, or is it?
No, not at all. It's right. I can show you if may I approach?
Yes.
Yeah.
Judge McGinnis has approached the bench.
It's this small sliver right on University Drive.
Small sliver right on University Drive.
Martin Luther King Boulevard. I'm going to pass that.
Okay.
That's the home survey that was.
And the second question,
Microphone.
And the second question, what were they planning to do with just landscaping purposes?
I think it's just a matter of, because of their transaction, they need to, they've been paying on this property for so many years for the property taxes.
So basically, they thought it was theirs.
They thought it was theirs.
Okay.
And that's a good question. Without doing a full-blown title work on the property, there may have been some errors along the way. The deed that this corresponds to goes back to 1955.
Wow.
So.
Councilwoman James.
So are there errors in the deed?
That-
You're saying they are paying taxes on a property that's really not theirs? They've been doing that for years?
Yeah, since 1999. There could be errors along the way. You would probably pay another couple, 3,000 or 4,000 just to figure out what the title work over the years, where the errors might have been. They've done the Alta survey. They've flagged this parcel. They've approached us to clean up the title. They're only asking for a quitclaim deed. So to the extent that the city has an interest in it, we're not warranting the title. We're not doing anything. We're not warranting the marketability of the title. We're just clearing whatever interest the city might have in that specific parcel.
Any further discussion? All right, so we'll let Deputy Mayor.
So just for clarity, part of the reason for this discussion item was to get some clarity from City Council as to the strategy that has been laid out to convey this. So I don't necessarily need you to vote, but just a nod or like, yes, please move forward, or no, we're uncomfortable, we want more information, like this is what we want. So just.
Speaking for myself, I am comfortable proceeding this. If we try and make it more complicated, it actually probably costs Pontiac taxpayers more. The juice ain't worth the squeeze. So that's my read. How do other people feel?
Yeah. If Rite Aid's happy, I'm happy.
Go ahead.
But so, of course, for the public's benefit, it does require a public hearing. So we'll have that towards the beginning of January, and we'll rock and roll from there. Thank you for
President McGinn, I think it just underlines our excitement to have Mr. Yandrick on board to help us with our master plan.
Yeah, we want it tight and right. Councilman Parker?
I just want to make sure that if we do that little handout that he had becomes a part of our records as well.
Yeah, well put. Okay, hearing no further discussion, that concludes the discussion. Hopefully that path forward is clearer for you. We're now at public comment. President Pro Tem Carrington, any requests?
Yes, President McGinnis. Is it Jacqueline White? Okay.
And thank you very much for staying. Obviously, we had a lot of city business, but your city business also matters to us. You have the floor.
My name is Jacqueline White. I'm a member of the United States Army Reserve, and I'm also the founder of a nonprofit called Transition to Your Future. I started this nonprofit because my little brother has been in and out of the prison system, and I witnessed just some things that I know that if he had the chance or the opportunities that he would have excelled and he would have come home permanently. Our nonprofit, we provide housing for men and women that are getting out of prison, and we have our first fundraiser on Monday, the 26th, the day after Christmas. And the theme is a call to unity, where this is our coming out event. We want the community and the council members to come together and support our cause. I started this so I could save my little brother. So I hope that in that you see your family members or your friends and you want to help save them as well. This is something that I'm very passionate about, and I don't plan on going away or stopping or giving up until I save him. He'll be home next year, and I plan to have my first house up and running. I plan to give him all the resources and the things that he needs to be a good husband, a father, a good member of this community. So I just wanted to do a call to action. If you want to donate, you can go to our website at ttyfhousing.org. You can also reach me at ttyf.housing@gmail.com. My phone number is 248-202-5570. And I'm also on social media as Jackie White, and we also have a social media page called Transition to Your Future, which I also maintain and manage those as well, because I do IT work, which is one thing that I want to help these men and women do. I want to help them learn technology and everything there is to know about technology and the ways things are changing so they can be marketable in the job market. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Could you please reiterate for the community December 26th, the when and where? And
Yes, it's December 26th at the 374 on North Telegraph Road. It's right in the plaza, located right next to GameStop. And it's going to be at 5 o'clock, from 5 to 9 o'clock. It's going to be live music, art, poetry, and we're going to have some great speakers who've actually been in the prison system and are now home doing great works in the community, actually speaking at the event. So we're hoping and praying for a good turnout as our first fundraiser and our coming out event. So we're looking for a lot of support from the community.
thank you very much. Point of privilege, Councilman Rutherford.
I know earlier you had flyers. Could you pass out the flyers so that we have that, and also so we can post it on our social media pages?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much,
You're
Dr.
welcome. Thank you so much.
Councilman Parker, point of personal privilege.
Could you please repeat your time again for your event?
Yes, the time for the event is 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. On the flyers that we're passing out, it says 5:30 because I printed out the wrong flyer, but it's 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. And there's also going to be food included for the $50 donation. And then if you give a $30 donation, that's just to enter and view the poetry and music and any events we have. And but any donation helps, so it doesn't have to be. It can be more. If the Lord is leading you to give more, we'll take it. So.
Thank you so much for being here and for your patience this evening. Next on the speakers list.
Yes, thank you, Ms. White. Pastor Kathy Desereau.
I have 6 things I'll try to go through quickly. Number 1, thank you, whoever got rid of the rats eating the floor in the elevator after all these years. There's a nice new piece of linoleum down, and there's no hole in the middle of the elevator, and it's wonderful. Number 2, what's going on Perry, up by the technical school? All kinds of trucks been there for a couple of days now, and all kinds of workmen. And then the road is blocked, and there's a lot going on there, whatever it is. Number 3, whoever now has the truck depot on Perry, they have fixed it up. It is beautiful. It is clean. It doesn't look like a dump anymore, and it really looks nice. They put in a fence and all kinds of greenery, and it looks terrific. I've been watching from home for the last 3 weeks, and the light that's over the president and the pro tem, that fluttering, which doesn't bother us in here, is horrible when you're watching it on screen. I think maybe we could get that light fixed. There is a huge, huge homeless problem in Pontiac this year. And we really need to find some place to house people. It's cold, it's miserable, and it's going to get worse. Some of those homeless are children. We need to think about not everybody's as privileged as we are. And it's really an important piece, and we're getting quite a rep. It needs to be looked at. There are a lot of empty buildings in this town. Somebody must own one of those buildings that at least gives them a place to sleep at night. And finally, I have to really applaud the DPW. The last couple of snow shower evenings when the roads have been terrible everywhere, Pontiacs have been great. And in places where we haven't been able to manipulate Pontiac roads forever, it's just wonderful to finally have the best salted roads in the area. And so thanks to the DPW.
Thank you. Dr. Deidre Waterman. And Mr. Chuck Johnson on deck.
As I said, I would come back to finish the comments about the council's recreational marijuana ordinance. You spent a good time drafting today, and you did cover some of the issues that weren't in the revision that was in the council packet, including adding some points for city resident ownership as well as city employment. And I think that's a good thing. That's something we can give incentives for. But there were several things that you didn't include in your conversation, and you have said in the past from some of you who have spoken about how important that is. And one of the things I know it's important to residents as well. One of the first things when we had, you've decided to have this discussion amongst council, and for council to make the decision, but when we did medical marijuana, we had something like 12 or 15 town halls for residents to have some input. And in these town halls, everyone said, do not put these facilities in residential neighborhoods. And so although you have voiced your opinion at other meetings about not doing this, you have not made that provision in the revisions and amendments that I've heard so far. So that's still to be done if you're going to do that. And that I'm talking about, you're going to have to create an absolute buffer zone if you want to protect playgrounds, churches, schools, and other facilities similar to that. It is not anything that you will be able to accomplish with what you have in the revision so far. And so that's something you're going to have to work on. It was also something the Planning Commission can have a loophole the way it stands. And just because you say put all these centers in C, commercially zoned areas are sometimes the budding residential neighborhoods and schools. So if you really, truly want to protect the neighborhoods, you're going to have to make sure that that's included in the revisions that you're doing. The other thing was you gave additional points for community benefits. You called it philanthropy. But once again, there is no quantitative measure for that. It's all very subjective. So I think that's why it resulted in, I remember, Councilman Goodman, when you heard who were the people who were getting the community benefits from the medical marijuana, you called them the usual suspects had gotten the highest rankings. So, I just want you to think about whether this, the way you've allowed for that, really covers that. The other thing is the consumption lounges, and they're putting them all downtown. Who should vote on that, though? Are there people that would benefit from it who are downtown businesses? I think other areas in the town would like to have it bring business to their facilities as well. And to just put them downtown is something that would benefit people who are downtown, so we should see who has a conflict of interest and voting on that. And I think the other gentleman who came up also said, why were you limiting certain kinds of facilities?
That does conclude your time.
Areas. Those are the other things.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Mr. Chuck Johnson.
I'm not going to get into detail on my thought this evening until I have another opportunity to go over the towing initiative in the city of Pontiac, until after I have an opportunity to speak with the mayor's office another time. But I feel as though the citizens of Pontiac is being cheated to a certain degree. And not to get into more detail or more of what my overview is of this, I'm going to leave it at that until after I talk with the mayor's office. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. President McGinnis, that concludes our public comments.
Thank you, President Pro Tem William A. Carrington. All right, we are at, is there a motion to adopt the resolution to proceed in closed session to consider and discuss the purchase of real property and to discuss the confidential legal opinion concerning settlement strategy in connection with pending litigation? It was moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. We intentionally schedule this so that way your public comment could be heard before we go to potentially at length proceed as the Michigan Open Meetings Act allows and calls for when we're discussing confidential legal opinions to protect you, the taxpayers, and potential sued people of Pontiac, and also to consider and discuss the purchase of real property to protect you, the taxpayers, so you don't pay more than you need to when it comes to the potential purchasing of property for you to own. Ultimately, all of these decisions must and will be made publicly. You know, no decisions or votes can ever be held in closed session, so we just wanted to make sure that you knew that. Any discussion on the motions before us? Hearing no discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution to proceed in closed session. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We'll proceed into closed session at 9:39 p.m.
Those of you that plan to wait, I have some surveys that you can see while you're waiting.
We also have candy canes in the back, Jolly Rancher flavored, if that needs to be your salvation for a few.
I see you carting some other stuff in there. Where's that at?
To keep us going through closed session.
Can you please fill out our Galloway Lake Park survey? Just leave it right over there for now. Can you fill that out for Galloway Lake Park? Before I leave? You can take it with you.
Yes, sir.
I like the coffee. Well, I can give you an extra copy, so you can keep it. I mean, we have, I like it, but if you want to take it home and bring it back, you can. Well, next week, okay, can you just leave it right there at the council desk? Leave it with the people at the council office. Next week when you bring it back? Thank you. Historically, this lasts 2 hours.
Hey, sweet girl. Hey, darling.
I spent Sunday with Keon. I get this call. I'm on the road going to church. So I drive quickly over to church. To get there, his furnace is out there. I haven't even piano in the little girl.
They don't have it. He did do that. You dropped your pen and you dropped the other pen.
Okay, remember that too. Remember that. You little fat pig.
Pontiac's only. What have you done?
Well, you see, Satch's Place is no longer called Satch's Place.
Make all that money from.
Yeah, that's right. Everyone in place? Everyone in place? I think one of our colleagues, okay. All right. Could I please have a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Support. It has been moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by President Pro Tem Carrington, that we come out of closed session. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
We have come out of closed session at 11:20 p.m. Mr. Clerk, would you please advise, I would now like to entertain a motion to direct the city's legal counsel to entertain and proceed with making an offer for the purchase of real property as discussed in closed session. Would you like me to amend the agenda to insert that, or can I just make that as the motion?
Let's amend the agenda.
Okay. I would like to amend the agenda to insert now a motion to direct legal counsel to proceed with the offering of purchase of real estate as, or the making of an offer for the consideration of real estate as discussed in closed session. Moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, supported by Councilman Nicholson. That would amend the agenda to add that to be the next item considered. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, roll call on the amendment to the agenda. Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion to amend the agenda carries. Could I please have a motion to direct the city's legal counsel to proceed with the preparation and offering of consideration for real estate purchase by the city of Pontiac as discussed in closed session?
So moved.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. That motion is now before us. For the community's benefit, as we shared prior to closed session, we are trying to be as strategic and deliberative as possible to save you, the taxpayers, resources and get the best possible outcome. And as we proceed with these negotiations and strategy, all decisions ultimately will be made in full view of the public. And so ultimately, no decision will be made without being done in public at a future city council meeting. And we, in future days, will have a very thorough, in-depth series of proposals to share with you in the community about what comes next with potential real estate considerations for the city of Pontiac's future and delivering world-class services to all of our residents and especially our children. Any further discussion? All right, so the motion before us, it directs our city's legal counsel, those representing the city of Pontiac that have legal and real estate professional experience, for them to draw up and begin the negotiation offers for prospective real estate considerations. And that's the motion, and it would reflect as what was strategy for real estate was discussed in closed session. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We move now to City Council communications, and I had some. Pontiac Youth Recreation presents Pizza and Pictures with Santa and Mrs. Claus Wednesday, December 21st from 5 to 7 p.m. here at Pontiac City Hall. Come out, enjoy pizza, drinks, and photo opportunities with Santa. New Bethel Missionary Baptist Church has their community outreach holiday extravaganza December 23rd from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. held at New Bethel, located at 174 Amos G. Johnson Avenue in Pontiac. Trinity Missionary Baptist Church has a Trinity Christmas Carol on Friday, December 23rd, 6 p.m. with doors open at 5:30. Pontiac City Hall will be closed Friday, December 23rd and Monday, December 26th for the Christmas holiday. Offices at City Hall will reopen on Tuesday, December 27th. And due to how the holiday dates fall this year, there will be no change in the GFL curbside trash collection schedule. Repeat, no change in our trash collection schedule during the Christmas holiday. So want to make sure Pontiac knows that. The next Pontiac City Council meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, December 27th at 6 p.m. in these council chambers. City Council leadership does not plan on scheduling any matters of any substance to respect the proximity to multiple holidays and observances, but we must hold a weekly meeting due to the current language of the Pontiac City Charter. Council members, if you are unable to attend on December 27th, please let council leadership know. As we know, there are many religious, family, and travel observances that will happen. So, council members, let me know if you can't come next Tuesday.
Should we do it privately, sir?
Sure.
Okay.
You heard from Jackie White about Transition to Your Future on December 26th. Their event at 374 North Telegraph, 5 to 9 p.m. Their website is ttyfhousing.org. The Toure Family and Friends Kwanzaa First Fruit event is December 29th from 4 to 9 p.m., held at Ruth Peterson Senior Center, 990 Joslin Road. Reservations are available by contacting Vicki Brent Toure at 404-913-1298. Pre-New Year's Night of Jazz with the Philip Stewart Quintet, December 30th, 7 to 9 p.m. at Pontiac's Little Art Theater, 47 North Saginaw Street. Tickets are $26.50. And with that, that's what we know happening in January. In December rather. But on December 27th, the Frank Russell Boulevard Street Sign Unveiling event will take place at the corner of Earlmore and Nebraska, 12 p.m. on Tuesday, December 27th. Any questions or concerns, you can contact Claudia Buckley at 248-758-3012 or 248-796-1160. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated is hosting a Kwanzaa program at the Bowen Center on December 28th at 6 o'clock p.m. The Bowen Center is located at 52 Bagley Street in Pontiac. So with that, that's enough for December. The Pontiac City Council, where did I have that? Something really thoughtful. The City of Pontiac is looking to redesign Galloway Lake Park and is looking for feedback from Pontiac residents. You can access the online survey from the city's website. Please take a few minutes to share your feedback on how you'd like to see this beautiful park shine even brighter. There are over 25 open employment opportunities with the City of Pontiac. Please consider a career with your city, putting your skills and experience to work and moving our community forward. Visit the city website at pontiac.mi.us for more information on the position. Governor Gretchen Whitmer has appointed Pontiac attorney Jeremy Bowie to fill the judicial vacancy in Pontiac's 50th District Court, filling the seat of retiring Judge Michael Martinez. Congratulations from the Pontiac City Council and the entire city of Pontiac to incoming Judge Bowie, and we look forward to working with you in your new role. Season's greetings, Happy Hanukkah, Feliz Navidad, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, and best wishes for the new year from your entire Pontiac City Council. Mayor Greimel, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have just one announcement, which is, again, that we're having a winter festival here on the grounds of City Hall on January 14th from 5 to 9 p.m. This is a follow-on to our very successful Fall Festival, Fall Harvest Festival. It'll be a lot of fun for the whole family, so please turn out on January 14th from 5 to 9 p.m. right here on the grounds of City Hall.
And your closing comments, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to also note that we do have an event tomorrow here at City Hall, which is an opportunity to bring kids out to visit with Santa. And it's called Pizza and Pictures with Santa and Mrs. Claus. And that'll occur right here at City Hall tomorrow, Wednesday, December 21st, from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. So we hope to see folks there. In addition, I did just want to reflect on one of the member of the public's comments about the salting of the roads. We appreciate the kind comments. One of the things that our administration has been focused on is really improving city services, including plowing the streets and salting the roads. And that was certainly a focus nearly a year ago in January and February, soon after we took office, and it continues to be a really key focus and priority for our administration. So we appreciate the kind words about the prompt salting of roads here in Pontiac. Also, wanted to touch on a comment by a member of the public regarding the towing contract, quote unquote. I do just want to make it clear, as the member of the public knows, that the city itself does not have a towing contract. The city itself does not enter into towing contracts in general. There may be occasional exceptions to that in the context of code enforcement. If a car needs to be towed, if it's parked on grass, or if it's a junkyard situation. But generally speaking, we don't engage in towing at all. And the member of the public's really speaking to the sheriff's office's towing contract. The sheriff's office has a towing contract that the county sheriff's office puts out to bid. The city has no involvement in that. So I just wanted to clarify that for city council and any members of the public who may be watching.
Thank you. The man, the myth, the legend, Clerk Doyle.
No comments, just happy holidays to everyone.
The man, the myth, the legend, William Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. I have no comment other than have a nice holiday season, Pontiac.
The woman, the myth, the legend, Kathleen James.
I also want to wish the city a very happy, safe, and blessed holiday season and a happy new year.
The man, the myth, the legend, Mikhail Goodman.
A little bit more long-winded, but still just a short. I just want to say to everyone at home, obviously have a wonderful holiday season, Christmas, Hanukkah, and whatever just familiar celebrations that you have. Holidays can be a difficult time for some of us who don't have the best relationships with them, but also it can be a very happy time. So regardless of what it is, I hope that your holiday season goes as well as it can. And with that, good night.
The man, the myth, the legend, Brett Nicholson.
No updates other than that we just District 2 residents reminder that we do not have a December meeting. So on Monday, just enjoy your time with your family.
The woman, the myth, the legend, Melanie Rutherford.
Good evening. I just received some disturbing news that Mother Elam has passed today. The matriarch of the Elam family has died. And so I want to say to the Elams row and everybody, I'm so sorry to hear that. I want to take this moment to thank this body, especially William H. Carrington, Brett Nicholson, our President Mike McGinnis, William Parker, and Tim Grimo for reaching out to me in my illness. It speaks a lot about your character when people rally around you when you are down, and I was truly down. And it was the laughs of Mike every morning calling me or me, and it was Carrington bringing me orange juice, and it was Tim Grimo, who people don't give enough credit for his humility, coming and bringing me applesauce because that was the only thing that I could eat. And
it was the only thing he was unwilling to eat.
But I want to publicly thank him. I want to publicly thank all of you guys, but that speaks a lot to me because, you know, there's so many people who don't understand how we really do operate as a family, and we take care of each other, and I appreciate that. The other thing I want to talk about is, and it's a very serious matter, is the holidays are very difficult for people. I lost my sister New Year's Eve about 10 years ago to suicide because she just didn't know how to deal with it. And so there's a number called 988. It's the number for suicide if you're feeling overwhelmed. If the holidays are getting to you, please call someone because the suicide rate among Christmas and New Year's is at the highest heights throughout the year. And so I just want to remind people that you are loved and you are appreciated, and that this city, I can say unequivocally, loves you and we support you. And if you're feeling overwhelmed or alone, please reach out to somebody. I want to also say Merry Christmas to everyone, and be prayerful and be mindful of not what you say, but how you say it, because you don't know what somebody's going through, and you don't know how easily somebody could lose their way. And we have to be mindful about the words we use. So this holiday season, especially this weekend, if you see somebody that's going through something, just ask them, are you okay? Because had it not been for some of the people on this diocese, I would have spiraled because I felt alone and I was overwhelmed, and I'm vain when it comes to my beauty. And I really just want to take this moment to thank all of y'all. I know I'm a lot, but I love y'all, and I mean that wholeheartedly. So Merry Christmas to everybody. Be careful, and make sure you tell somebody you love them this weekend. I appreciate y'all. Good night.
Did I do all the men and the women, the myth, the legends? Oh, the man, the myth, the legend, William Carrington.
The ultimate man, ultimate legend. Just want to
Oh,
say.
you're introducing me now?
Well,
sorry.
Well, just think about it. It's almost our first year of taking office. We almost come to this first year and when you look back, I really think of all the things that we have accomplished this year, and I'm very proud of this body as we continue to move the city forward. So I'd like to thank you guys for the work that you've done this year, including the mayor's office and the mayor's staff, as well as the council staff as well. We got a great future. I know that everyone on this dais loves this city, and that's why we all was elected to serve this city and love this city. So I'm pretty confident that we can continue to move this city in the right direction as we go into the new year. Just want to tell my district I love you as well. All those calls throughout the year. And as you know, definitely we have seen some changes in the 6th District, some improvements as well. It's definitely not perfect, but we definitely working to move the needle to make our community one of the best communities in the city of Pontiac. And I will say good night, happy holidays. Enjoy Kwanzaa and the 7 Principles, as well as Hanukkah, and have just a beautiful holiday season. And tell someone that you love them. Reach out to your family that you haven't spoke to. Reach out to your neighbors that you haven't spoke to. This is an excellent time to show each other that we have a lot of love for each other in this city. And good night.
Thank you all for your investment of time tonight. I'm so sorry that I and Pro Tem weren't able to be here last week due to illness, but feeling great, living life, glad to be alive. 3 quick updates when it relates to District 7. I want to thank the administration and staff. There was dumping that I reported at Clifford and Osmond Street. That was handled very swiftly. It's just a difficult recurring issue over the decades, and I'm glad they were able to swiftly resolve it. Also, at sort of like the extension part of Murphy Park that's near Russell Street and Osmond, there was an abandoned vehicle. When a resident was able to tell me that, within minutes of us getting that to the Oakland County Sheriff Department, they were getting it towed away. Somebody in the night either had an accident or was fleeing, and so that was resolved. But I want to bring to the administration's attention at the northeast corner of Sanford and Auburn. It's the area where previously there was some debris and brush that's been resolved. Well, now there is a construction of maybe like a yard or a site for some sort of like outdoor facilities. And the fence, which is a chain link fence and 6 feet high, is literally on the sidewalk, meaning it's not 1 foot set back, which leads me to believe there was no permit pooled, which leads me to believe that it's not in compliance. But I mean, it's an important corridor, Auburn, at an important intersection, Sanford, and it's across the street from where we've just had Batch 17 demolition of that former long abandoned nightclub. And so the residents near there, including multiple senior citizens, they were the ones that agitated for it to get cleaned up. They were glad to see that happen, and now that this is happening, it's very concerning to them. So I just want to bring that to your attention, and hopefully you can share that with staff for them to find out if all has been done appropriately in terms of permits and the work done. But I'll conclude with that. Thank you again for your time tonight, but literally there have been 51 meetings. No, more than that, because we had budget hearings and special hearings. I mean, we have had over 50 meetings this year, and the city is stronger for the work and the investment that you've put in to deal with these often very thorny and never straightforward issues. So with that, Merry Christmas. I'm extremely grateful for you. I hope you all have an excellent holiday season for you and your families, and I'm really grateful about the resources that you shared, Councilman Rutherford, with 988. That's a newer service that we need to get the word out more and more to the community. Can I please have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
It has been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilman Rutherford, that we adjourn this evening's meeting. Hearing no discussion, roll call and adoption. Clerk Doyle.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
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 That motion carries. We stand adjourned at 11:40.